This conference will now be recorded.
All the participants are requested to mute yourself, please.
Namaste, Raj.
Also, we are getting lots of disturbance from the participants. Please, it's a humble request to all the participants. I request all the participants to mute yourself, please. It's a humble request from our side. And please, at the time of inaugural, please don't on your cameras. Please go to, please even you switch off your cameras also. We will be starting our event within another 2 minutes. We'll start the event in
Monica Patro.
FDP 125, FDP 74, please switch off your camera, please. It's a request. 74 and even admin, please switch off your camera, please. It's a humble request. FDP 177, please switch off your camera.
Matladu.
Sir. Raju sir, yes sir, we can start.
Yeah. Director sir వచ్చారా? Okay, done. స్పీకర్ వస్తుందా చూడు. Good morning, everyone. Our beloved director, Professor N.V. Ramana Rao Garu, our HOD Radhakrishna Garu, today's resource person Suresh Babu Garu, participants, professors, deans, and my dear friends. Good morning, everyone. Today we are conducting CyberSecurity 5 days program. This is our second program. We have already completed first program in IoT. Total we have sanctioned 5 programs. Within these 5 programs we have completed one, and this is the second program. And we are going to start next week another program, that is blockchain technology. Thanks to our directors sir, which has given very good opportunity to conduct these many number of programs within this lockdown period. I am very much thankful to you, sir. Coming to the cybersecurity designed to protect the networks, devices, programs, and data from the attack, damage, and unauthorized access. Cybersecurity also be referred as information technology security. Cybersecurity describes dedicated in protecting the information. Cybersecurity is important because government, military, corporate, financial, medical organizations related data will be collected, will be processed, and will be stored huge amount of data on computers on daily basis. So these particular data, whatever we are storing, that particular data should have some security. So data can be sensitive information, can be intellectual property, can be financial data, can be personal data, or other types of data for which unauthorized access can have negative consequences. Organization transmits sensitive data through various networks to other devices in the course of doing different various businesses. As a cyber attack grows, companies and organizations, especially those that are asked with the safeguarding information, data relating to the national security, health, or financial records, need to take preventive steps to protect sensitive business and personal information. Now, I want to give some sort of examples in this related to the cyber security. Banking frauds. Unauthorized people call you related to the credit cards. Unauthorized people call you that your credit limit has been increased. To increase this particular credit information, they will call you and they will ask you for the OTP. Once you have given the OTP, whatever the OTP which you have received from the frauders, once you have given the OTP, then your funds will be gone. Online shopping. Coming to the online shopping, displays attractive products with a very cheap price. Once you have clicked, or once you want to buy that product, and once you have brought that particular product, once you have purchased that particular product, then they will not send the product to your house. That is another type of fraud we are getting. Okay. And suppose we will be getting number of calls or number of messages. Your mobile number has won some 10 crores. Your mobile has won some 10 crores. To get this particular 10 crores, you have to deposit 1 lakh rupees as a registration fees. This is another type of fraud will be getting, will be experiencing in our daily usage. Okay. And moratorium facility. The last month, suppose you want to avail the moratorium facility, then you have to give us the OTP facility. Whatever you got the OTP, you have to send us the OTP. Once we have sent the OTP, then your funds will be gone from your account, from your online account. Loan sanction. Suppose another example, loan sanction. If you need online loan, you pay an amount of 20,000, directly your account will be credited at 20 lakhs. A processing, because your CIBIL score is so and so, your account is so and so, your account number is so and so, you are using very good account, you are not having any check bounces. This is, you will be getting you will get lot of information by the frauders, and they will give each and every information, and they tell you to deposit some money, and once you will get the OTP, or once you deposit the whatever the funds they have asked, then your money is gone. That's another example we have. And another one is work from home. They'll tell you you can work daily 2 hours. You can work only daily 2 hours. With these 2 hours only, you can earn very good amount of money. So to earn this amount of money, you just need to pay some 10,000 rupees. This is another fraud we are experiencing daily basis. Matrimonial frauds. They will give a very good a photo on those matrimonial sites. They will have a very good photo on your on the matrimonial sites, and you will pay the money for that, and once you have paid the money, then there is no address for that particular matrimonial site. Tax related frauds, like suppose you will be getting a tax refund of, you have paid an extra amount of 1 lakh extra, so you will get a tax refund of 1 lakh. To get this related information, we are going to deposit this 1 lakh into your account. To get this, we need your login related information, and your password and your account related information. They will ask each and everything, and once you give all this information, then your funds are gone. This is another type of fraud we are experiencing. And another fraud is a credit card reward point related fraud. They want to they want to give the credit card related related points. They want to help in that particular one. Once you have given related information, then your funds are gone. And coming to these particular frauds on OLX, suppose I want to buy a particular product, maybe I want to buy a particular mobile, maybe I want to buy a particular car. When I deposit, he will give a particular account number. When I just send that particular money in that particular account, then he will not be having any sort of address, and he will not be catched by you. So this is another type of fraud we are experiencing in media and in daily basis. And here here are some of the top 10 cyber attacks we have experiences. Like Adobe in October 2003, 153 million user records has been attacked in 2003. And in 2016, adult finder has attacked 412 million accounts. And Canva in May 2019, 137 million user accounts has been attacked. And eBay in May 2014, 145 million users has been attacked. And Equifax, July 2017, 147 million users has been attacked. And Yahoo in 2013 and 14, 3 billion users has been attacked. Heartland Payment Systems, March 2008, 134 million credit cards has been exposed, data has been exposed. LinkedIn, 2012, 165 million user accounts has been exposed. MyFitnessPal, February 2018, 150 million users account has been attacked. Marriott International Hotels, 2014 to 18, 500 million customers details has been exposed. MySpace in 2013, 360 million user account has been exposed. And NetEase, October 2015, 235 million user accounts has been exposed. With with this information, I thank our director, our HOD for giving me the opportunity this for conducting this particular Atal online 5 days FDP program. Thank you, sir. Now I request our HOD Radhakrishna Garu to address the gathering.
Thanks, Raju. Respected director, deans, advisors, my faculty colleagues, and the FDP coordinator, Dr. Raju Bukia, and friends. Good morning to all of you. This is a 5-day program in cybersecurity, and I actually congratulate our faculty colleague who got 5 programs, ATAL programs, ATAL FDP programs continuously, and this is the second in the series. And this program mostly highlighting the cybersecurity, and most of our faculty members, some of our faculty members also taking some courses as part of this course. And the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at NIT, the place itself for its innovative teaching of courses with continuously updated curriculum. And our director continuously encourages us in getting the good research and innovation aspects of it. And they see in the department having few center of excellences, and one of them is the security center of excellence. Many of you may be aware of it that the Department of Computer Science and Engineering is a resource center for ISEA project. It's an initiative of MIT, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. This ICEA, that is the Information Security Education Awareness. This project is started with an objective of capacity building in the area of information security, mainly addressing the human resources requirement in that country, and even training the government and academic people. And the second is the creation of mass information security awareness. That is another objective of this program. And finally, there's another objective which is very essential for us, is creating a national repository of courses in information security to design the countermeasures among various types of attacks. And you look at this department is currently working with the under this ISEA project. They're starting a new we are online course material content preparation is going on securing operating system. So our one of the faculty colleague started the designing this course curriculum, new course curriculum. Maybe by the end of this year, the course will be online. And we also have another interesting MTech program along with our computer science and engineering. There's a program called MTech CSIS, the Computer Science and Information Security. So this is also an initiative which is part of our information security discipline. And many of our faculty are doing research in the area of cryptography, cryptanalysis, cyber physical systems and security, and secure multi-party computation, network security, blockchain security, and biometrics, and so many other areas of allied areas also people are working. And I believe that all of you have been introduced fundamental security concepts. As FDP coordinator has mentioned, many attacks and many systems and everything. One of the aspect is we should be either in isolation so that we should not share any data to anyone, or we have to give the access to the everybody and have a production mechanisms. So the fundamental concepts, which is like a confidentiality, integrity, availability, and non-repetition. So all these features we have to be making it. And as a teaching courses, you may be introducing these concepts to your students. And practitioners are most of the time these practitioners, the business practitioners, they're giving a less importance to the availability. But one should think about it: who needs the confidentiality and integrity if the authorized users of information cannot access and use it? Similarly, who needs a sophisticated encryption? We have a lot of encryption techniques and access controls if the information being protected is not available to the other users when they need it. So some of these things we have to keep in mind when developing the security solutions. And always we should think about this security is like a hate and love dilemma, because sometimes we want to have a pure security and at the same time we want to allow the people to access our systems. So that means there is always a trade-off between the user experience towards the convenience and lots of information to a third party. Because as they explained by the various attacks by the coordinator, so there are lots of information and we are giving to the third party agencies. And always we should believe that security, security research in the form of both art and science. And the cyber attacks are impose huge threats on digitally enabled organizations. People are, even the government, Indian government is asking to make the transformation of agencies or even government departments, even academic institutions, and part of the like a digitally enabled. So, if you want to advocate to manage this cyber security, this kind of protect information assets, one must understand its capabilities and the limitations, and how the cyber attacks will happen, and how the defense mechanisms can be achieved. And the current need of the hour is to have a proactive measures rather than having a post-mortem procedures, because we have a well-established policies, but there is always a threat due to the inefficient coding, lack of coordination among the teams who are developing the secure solutions, and the unpleasant state of the art is that cyber defense and management remains mostly heuristic and qualitative, because most of the times we impose a lot of heuristics in developing our solutions, even they are maybe qualitative.
நான்
Sometimes we have
மட்டும்தான்
a
லேடிஸ்ல வந்திருக்கேன்க்கா.
quantitative analysis for the security methods,
அவங்க வீடு
but
பார்க்கணும்.
overall it can be viewed as an art.
8:10 ஏன் வந்தாங்க? தெரியாம வந்திருப்பாங்க. நார்மல் டைம் நினைச்சு, யூஷுவல் டைம் நினைச்சிட்டு வந்திருப்பாங்க நீங்க. ஆமாக்கா, வந்துருவோம். இல்ல ஒரு அடுத்த வாரம் வந்துட்டு கழிக்கலாம். இப்போதைக்கு நீங்க லேப் மட்டும் தொடங்கி வந்து பிரின்சிபலுக்கு எதிராக ரவுண்ட்ஸ் பார்த்தா
which is giving more promising to overcome the cyber attacks. But on the other hand, the recent developments in the artificial intelligence and machine learning
நிறைய பேர் வரல போல இருக்கு.
from some of the security areas is maybe a promising feature. And you may all aware that there's a banking systems, and we all assume that the banking systems are very secure. But one of the case study, which the attack was happened, one of the bank in India, because later they appointed a committee through few of the academicians, and they gone through the all security vulnerability analysis completely. But at the end, they found out very simple loophole. That means that is where when you are sending the transactions to the Visa and MasterCard in the banking system, the acknowledgement received from the Visa and MasterCard system is not encrypted. So that is because usually we don't look for the acknowledgements also should be encrypted. But taking that loophole in the acknowledgement not encrypted, the people have hacked it, and then few crores of the money was transacted to unauthorized accounts. So that means though we are going in a tremendous change in the digital transformation, and we are going in this journey, we may encounter several threats and security issues. So even if you go for like a secure financial systems in the form of a digital payments, and one of the key components is to move towards a digitally empowered society, and we are experiencing several digital payment modes, including UPI, that is, these are initiated by the RBI, Reserve Bank of India, the Unified Payment Interface, and even NEFT, the National Electronic Fund Transfer, e-wallets, and so many other payment mechanisms. But there are multiple stakeholders. We need to remember, because this is very important. There are the stakeholders, And the stakeholders could be like a banks or a central or state ministries, departments, and these for the citizens, and particularly the certification authorities. So all these stakeholders are keeping track of these security mechanisms and enabling technologies together to form the necessary ecosystem for complete secure digital payments. And suppose next we are in the social media, when the lot of social media people are using it, there are a lot of misinformation also present in the social web. Maybe it could be a fake news, a hate speech kind of a things. So we need to be aware of such kind of things, and also they create sometimes honeypots where already the Raju Bukia was mentioned the how you can get a rewards and then you can get you are trapped into a honeypots, right? So that's why we have to be always look at it. Though that we are very good at coding at several places, but the coding logic is only not important, but also we have to look at the business processes also. So one has to establish a best practice in designing such kind of a solutions. So as you aware of these lot of initiatives by our department also, we are looking at the digital signatures, biometrics, like a lot of technology activities and everything. So this 5-day program, I believe that you will have a very good hands-on session, some hands on how it actually happened, and some of the ethical hacking techniques can be done, and how the vulnerability analysis can be done, and how the programming code can be reviewed, kind of a things, and even some of the techniques in the security aspects in the blockchain that it will be covered. So I once again welcome all of you for this 5-day FDP program, and I wish all the best, and I hope that you learn a lot of new things and share knowledge, and in terms that you can share to your faculty colleagues and then your students. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our registrar, Sir Govardhan Rao Garu, to address the gathering.
Good morning, Director, Coordinator of the program, and Head Department of Computer Science, and all the participants. I welcome you all for this FDP program being conducted by Coordinator Dr. Raju Bukia. This is a very important program, and then you are all aware of the importance of cyber security. My predecessors have already talked about it, and then I don't think I need to add anything. Like Corona, we also have to live along with the cyber security related threats, because we cannot live without any help of the cyber security related items and also the threats posed by the cyber security threats. So we should find the ways how best we can live with it, and then ward off against the threats, and then secure ourselves and also our family members. It is not only related to the money, but also various other fields where the privacy and the security of our, including children, family members, everybody is involved. So I'm sure this FDP will give a opportunity for every one of you to think about it, and also to spread the awareness about the FDP, about the cyber security, and also how best this can be used in the education sector, where we can use the technology to ensure the cyber security. So I wish you all the best, and I also thank the coordinators for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our beloved Director Ramana Rao Garu to address the participants.
A very good morning to all of you, Honorable distinguished Head of the Department of Computer Science, Professor P. Radhakrishna, the course coordinator, Dr. Raju Bukia, the coordinator of the Atal course, and the keynote speaker, resource person, Dr. Suresh Babu, my deans, advisors, faculty, registrar, and faculty colleagues, and other participants from all over the country. At the outset, let me extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, and the AICT Training and Academy, the Atal Academy, for this 5-day course on cyber security. In fact, this is the second in the series. There are 3 more to go. Totally 5 courses have been allotted to Dr. Raju Bukia. Most of you are aware that the All India Council of for Technical Education, through its newly established AICT Training and Academy, has started this unique process of faculty development programs in various first areas of modern technology. And cybersecurity is one such technology. Already the threats being faced by the common man because of use of digital technology is highlighted by the previous speakers. So it is very important for us to make sure that we are cyber safe before we actually lose everything. In fact, this Atal Academy is a very unique academy and has started faculty development programs in various third areas of modern technology. Already 200 such programs have been conducted in various government institutions, benefiting around 10,000 faculty, research scholars and PG students during the year last year. So, seeing the success of this initiative, the AICT Training and Atal Academy have announced to organize 500 more such AICT Training and Learning Academy FDPs across the country for the year 2021. This year, in the first round, they have cleared 83 FDPs in various thrust areas and emerging areas. And NIT Warangal is fortunate to get about 8, which is the largest among the South Indian government institutions. So we all know that these courses are very useful to all of us as faculty members. We are all passing through the most difficult times. The present need is to adopt innovative measures as per the exigencies. So that you know that the regular mode of teaching and learning has come to a standstill. We would have allowed all of you to come to NIT Warangal and participate, but the regular mode of teaching and learning has come to a standstill. And today, we are all attending through online, sitting at our homes. I can hear the noises of your wives, when you're actually participating in some disturbance, your son or daughter is calling. But anyway, these are extraordinary times and required extraordinary efforts by one and all. I want all of you to become mentors for other faculty who have participated here. So learn from this, get enriched, and try to spread this message. Try to share your knowledge with your PG students, with your research scholars, and enrich them also. So let us not even for a second forget that we are all so immensely blessed, sitting in the comfort of our homes with family. So this is nothing as some sort of punishment, but an opportunity for us to learn more and more comfortably, a time for introspection in this COVID chaos, allowing us to really focus on that what is more important. Most of you are aware that today the mantra is learn and grow right from the safety of their homes. I don't know when we will have an opportunity to come back and face physically, but the situation is not so encouraging. Anyway, the rapid pace of technological change has and will undoubtedly transform the future of jobs in India. And it is estimated that unless we empower about 1 million students towards futuristic technologies like blockchain, AI, data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and Internet of Things, we will not be able to take our students on a journey that will educate them, transform them, and enable them to apply these technologies for the service of humanity and society. On this behalf, I would like to congratulate Dr. Raju Bhukia for organizing excellently the earlier course, and I'm very happy to know that the number of participants is more than 173. So huge. AICT has managed only 100, but the response has been very high, and I'm sure that you will also encourage your other faculty from your institutes to participate and get enriched. So knowledge sharing is something very, very important. And NIT Warangal, which recently celebrated its Diamond Jubilee year, is now one of the few institutes that has got faculty in almost all branches of engineering. We have recently recruited about 150 new faculty members. Most of them have got their PhDs from abroad, and they are all available for teaching, research. In fact, we are looking for coordinations, MOUs, especially the E&ICT Academy, where it has mandate of training about 20,000 faculty, and we have already achieved the target of 14,000 in less than 3 years, whereas other academies are still struggling. So we have a very dedicated, committed faculty. I would like to thank them for all the hard work they are doing. And we have not only the faculty, our alumni are also doing extremely well, and they have been really helpful in producing very good ideas for the benefit of society, and some of them have been receiving rewards and accolades even from the Government of India and Ministry of Human Resources. So once again, I thank all of you and wish you all the best and hope that you will get enriched from this course. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable speech. We will follow your suggestion, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Suresh Babu to hand over the session.
ఇది తీసేమంటారు మినిమైజ్ ఉండాలి కదా అంటే ఇది కనపడదు కదా ఎవరెవరు పార్టిసిపెంట్స్. Very good morning to our beloved director, the coordinator conducting the FDP program. Myself, Dr. Suresh Babu. Audible, sir? Just it's audible. Myself is Dr. Suresh Babu. Right, I'm presently working as an assistant professor at Department of CSE, National Institute of Technology, Avaranga. Right, it's my opportunity to thank the coordinator and our beloved director for giving the opportunity to conduct such type of wonderful FDP programs. So very interesting, because once the director receives the mail, immediately he is going to send to all the faculty. So we are very fortunate to have that information so that we can communicate effectively and we can conduct such type of programs. So that will be useful to the welfare of the faculty community as well as the students. Right now, as you all know, beloved HOD and today's the faculty faculty coordinator has given the awareness on cyber security, and from last 15 years we are hearing this word called cyber security. Right. This is a unique tool or the technical mechanism that can be applied for computer security or network security or internet security or the information security, which can be used as a part of the cyber security concept. Now, when you see the figure here, whatever we have, whenever the system is connected to the internet, now it is not isolated. Now everything is connected to the globe. Everyone is going to view your data. That's the first important part. And in today's session, we are going to discuss about the trends and technology. Because one of the fortunate, one side the fortunate.
Sir, unable to hear your voice. It is echoing.
Hello.
Sir, your voice is echoing, sir. Echoing. Mic is not audible. It is echoing.
You're hearing me? It's audible?
It is audible, but it is echoing.
Today, there is another computer close to you which is parallelly using the same network. That's why the echo is coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Suresh,
Sir, it is okay, sir, Razila?
Now it's okay.
Yes, sir. Now, in today's session, first, we are going to see the trends and technology. Now, in computer science, every 5 years or 10 years, we are going to see the latest technologies and the latest trends where every faculty need to get updated so that we can communicate very effectively.
Echoing again. Can you
resound?
compare with close to switch off his? Be clear, otherwise your voice is getting echoed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So switch off the other systems. It's okay. Sir, now it is okay now.
It is okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, the trends and technologies. The first session we are going to discuss about the trends and technologies. Trends of different types of attacks, cyber attacks are happening against the latest technologies, and we are going to discuss about the IoT, which we are going to see because the latest trend people are talking about Internet of Things and the Internet of Things with the different attacks. And someone no, someone should mute. And we are going to see the landmark technological advances which we are going to study in the first half of the session. Right now, when we start with the technologies, we will see the first. I think you already know that very soon we are going to see the 5G technology, which is a distributed technology. Try to mute all the people, so it's getting disturbances. The first, which we are going to see, the 5G technology, which is a distributed one. The second, which people were talking about, the artificial intelligence. As you already know that this is not a new one. From last 15 years, people were using this artificial intelligence. But fortunately, the industry people were looking about this machine learning, deep learning mechanisms, artificial intelligence. Then once again, the hype was created, and the people were using for solving the problems using the machine learning and the deep learning mechanisms. And how can we apply the cybersecurity principles in the AI, which is one of the important aspects. The FDP is relevant to, right? We can apply the cybersecurity for all the applications, whatever we are going to use in the current technology. The next technology which we are going to see is big data, right? The people using a lot of analytics mechanisms. But one of the major concern with these analytics is whether we are going to preserve the privacy with respect to the security and the privacy with respect to the big data analytics. Whatever we are analyzing, whether it is we are taking the privacy into the consideration before we analyze the data for effective analysis. The next one, the next technology which we are going to talk about is the digital currency. We are not interested with the digital currency marketing wise, but the technology behind the digital currency which we are going to use is the blockchain technology, which we are going to use. And blockchain technology is providing a lot of promising solutions or applications to the various problems that we are facing, right? And cybersecurity, one of the cybersecurity problems can be easily solved using the blockchain technology. A lot of research work is going on this blockchain technology with respect to cybersecurity. The next one, which the technology which we are talking about, the assistant transportation system. The people were using this IoT for providing the assistant transportation system, vehicle-to-vehicle communication or vehicular network, which is going to have it, which we are going to see very soon. Already, we are saying the people with the driverless, the mechanism, the technology with the driverless car, the vehicle-to-vehicle communication is going to happen. Here, the cybersecurity will play a very, very, very important role, right? The next thing is industrial IoT. Right, this is one of the interesting area that we should take care of, that because this is one area that academia, the industry, as well as the research people, they're concentrating on the industrial IoT. Now, this very, very, very important technology that everyone should look over that and do a lot of research work. The only one thing that industrial IoT will be successful only when we are going to have the security and privacy into the consideration. right? These are some of the technologies which we are hearing of from last 3 to 4 years. The success of these technologies, if you see, 5G is a distributed network. The 5G, the distributed network. 5G security is a very, very, very important one. Cyber security is a very, very important one. Built-in digital currency blockchain is makes use of this one. And assistant transportation system is also security is a very, very, very important, right? The next which we're going to talk about, one of the important and intelligent thing we are hearing is robotics is one of the intelligent thing which can communicate. Suppose if this intelligent thing is not malfunctioning, it is compromised, then it will be very devastating, right? You have seen the latest movie Robo picture. There is a two, one is the Telugu picture as well as the English picture called iRobo, right? The iRobo picture they have made in the form of water technology. It's talking with them, let them mute it. Now, if you see that intelligent thing is start miscommunicating, and definitely the botnet attack and the distributed denial of service attack is comes into the picture, right? That's another application technology which we are going to see. So therefore, not only designing or developing an intelligent thing, but also it should be work effectively with respect to security. Then the people were talking about along with the IoT, there is another technology people were talking about fog computing and edge computing. In 2013, the Cisco introduced this cloud computing or fog computing and edge computing concept, where the scalability and the performance factor as well as delay will be taken into the consideration. A lot of research work is going on the edge computing, and a lot of research is happening in Australia. With respect to this edge computing. This is another technology that people were talking about. Then we are already enjoying this technology, cloud computing or cloudification, because everything we are start using this cloud computing. And see that end-to-end authentication, end-to-end encryption, end-to-end mechanism is very much essential with respect to the cloud computing. But unfortunately, though it is distributed internally, it is a centralized system. Now we need to concentrate on how to provide a decentralized cloud computing so that it will be used effectively for the large community of the people. The next people were talking about the artificial intelligence, a lot of research work happening on machine learning and deep learning principles for solving the problems. Already you're seeing in this crisis period, they are applying a lot of machine learning principles and deep learning mechanisms for identifying the coronavirus. And not only this can be applied for n number of. If you see, machine learning security is another area where people will start working on this. How to provide the security for the machine learning algorithms, right? This is another area where the people will start working on this one. And as I already told you, edge computing or fog computing, as fog is near to the devices and cloud is above that, it is very near to the application layer. So to reduce the delay, to increase the performance, they are going to use the fog computing concept, right? Now, when you see all these technologies, whatever we are discussing, 10 or more technologies, whatever we are discussing here, these are all next decade technologies. If you see, it comes under the Industry 4.0. Right, the Industry 4.0, if you take it, the success of this Industry 4.0 is purely depends upon its cybersecurity issues, right? Whenever this Industry 4.0 people are talking about, a lot of funding or happening on cybersecurity, right? Cybersecurity. Therefore, the success of the Industry 4.0 is purely depends upon the cybersecurity. Now we are going to see here, we already know that some trends are there, some trends and technologies already there from last 5 to 10 years, and we are getting latest technologies as the day passes. Now, as along with the technologies, there are attacks are there for identifying the breaches or security hole on those technologies. Right now, we need to know what are the attacks, the cyber attacks. These are not textbook attacks, or these are not simulation attacks. These are all real-time attacks which are happening on the on these technologies. Let us see what are the attacks that were happening on these technologies. All right. Now we are going to see some of the statistics with respect to the cybersecurity attacks, which we are going to have it. As I already told you, the cybersecurity attacks are not simulated, or it's not textbook attacks, or it not be like a bookish. Which when these are all real-time attacks which we are going to have it. Right? See, now half of the cyber attacks are committed against the small-scale industry or small businesses. May I know why they are targeting the small-scale businesses? Any participant?
Sir, because they won't be able to bear the expenses. Retrieve.
Yeah, that's very good. The first thing is they will not concentrate on the security aspect. They're going to have it. They're not only bearing the expenses, but they start thinking how to improve the businesses, right? And that's a major concern. They're going to improve the business. They're not concentrating on protecting the security system, right? The next one which we are going to see here is 43% of the cyber attacks are aimed at smaller businesses, because which is a very huge one. If you see, because they are targeting the people, even if you see one, I'll play one video which is going to happen. See, for awareness program, just I'm going to give you one video for you, which helps you. Is this video is you can see the video, all of you? Yeah, you can see the video. You just observe the video here. It happened. This thing was happened in ATM because uneducated person who don't know how to operate the ATM. Just you observe the things how it is happening. If you observe this ATM, because they have used the ATM, they fraud it, they have taken the PIN number of the other person, and the ATM card has been given to that fellow. If you see, this fellow has given the ATM, and the ATM, whatever we are observing here, and he is giving the ATM to this fellow. You just observe it, and he has given the number, right? And he is using the same ATM. He swapped it, that ATM card, and the PIN. And the pen is been transformed from here to here, and he started withdrawing the amount. So because if you observe this thing, right, 43% of cyber attacks are happening on the unknown people or the small businesses. They are targeting the small businesses, which was happening, right? So therefore, if you observed here, So therefore, definitely, not only in India, this is facing the crisis, but also all over the world, they're facing a lot of cybercrime crisis, and it is increasing a lot of damage, and it is increasing by 2021, if you have seen this one, right? The next now, how it is happening? Because 80% of the data breaches victims do not have a system to have the self-detected data breaches. 81%, which is a very huge in number, because they don't have the self-detected data breaches mechanism to teach to how the to detect those breaches, and it's a very costly thing. It is happening, right? The statistics. And if you have seen this one, the cyber attacks is the biggest threat of mankind. It is more than a nuclear weapon. We need not to mention, we need not to have a war, then only the cyber war will come into the picture, right? And well, this is the biggest threat that even the people, even if you observe it, because the research work at the academia wise, there is less research work is happening on cyber security. People were they're not taking the interest to handle the cyber attacks and how this for example, if we are getting one attack, we are reading it that attack, and we don't know, being a technical guy, we don't know how to analyze the attack, isn't it? We need to analyze that, how it is happening, how the breach was happening, what is the vulnerabilities. See, we need to teach to the students the vulnerability analysis, the attacks were happened, so that the student will get aware of the things, and then they'll have some defense mechanisms to protect those attacks. So the teaching the teaching methodology need to be changed with respect to the cyber security. Whenever the attack was happening, we need to tell the vulnerabilities analysis or vulnerability assessment, or the or particular analysis need to be done for a particular attack, so that student will be aware of how the attacks were happening in and around the world, right? The first one which we are going to see is the first cybersecurity attack, which we can take it out over, because the attacks were not happening from the outside world. Someone should be there to help you, or it may be self, because it is your mistake. You are making the attacker to enter into your system. So the first attack which we are going to see here is the first attack which we are going to discuss is the insider attack. The insider attack is one of the important threat which most of the cyber threats were happening, which we are going to discuss here. So that's why today most of the damaging security threats are originating from the right. It is they are not originating from the outsiders, but it is coming from the trusted insiders. I'm going to use the word called trusted. Now we have grown up in such a beautiful world called trust management. Trust, because trust everything, right? Because even the cyber security is purely based upon the trust, because we are going to trust the system, and we are going to trust the network, and the network is going to trust the certificate authority, which is a trusted third party, right? Everything is based upon the trusted insiders, which we are going to have it, the trusted insiders. Because of the trusted, suppose for example, if you know, because the teachers were trusting the students were trusting the teachers, parents were trusting the kids were trusting the parents, right? And the friend is trusting the friend. Now, when one friend is misusing the other friend, now the other friend will say that, why you trusted me? I trusted you, you bluffed me. This is the thing was happening, because why the attacks were happening? Because of the trust man, because of the trust, whatever we are going to have, right? So therefore, the first attack which we are going to take care of, we need to concentrate on the insider threats. How to eradicate or how to overcome this insider threat is a big challenge which we are going to have to. If you see what type of inside threats which are happening here is, if you see, the attacks were happening on the databases. 50% of attacks were happening on the databases, and 46% of the attacks were happening on the file server. And see, if you are saying from last 15 years, we started using these cloud computing applications, and the attacks were happening on the cloud computing, cloud applications, as well as the cloud infrastructure. 33% of attacks are happening on the on the cloud infrastructure. Endpoints or end users, 33% of that. Networking side, 32%. Active directories, 30%. Business applications, 29%. And this was increasing. I've taken these statistics in 2019. Maybe in 2020 it can be increased, maybe for about 15 to 20%. Mobile devices, because after Windows, the most effective threat was happening on the mobile devices. 25% of the attacks were happening on the mobile devices. And if you observe this diagram, now 47% of malicious are the deliberate insiders. See, that's a point here. It's a 75% of attacks are happening from the deliberate insiders, because some involvement is there from the insiders concept. And 50% of the attacks were happening on the unintentional intent. You are unaware of that. Your system is going to be vulnerable, because unknowingly you are going to click the slam message or phishing mails, whatever you are going to get it. As already rightly said by the coordinator, because by clicking the unknown mails, you're going to see this type of unintentional or intentional insiders which you're going to have. Are you hearing me, all of you? Hello? Any doubts?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any doubts up to this?
No doubt.
Yeah. Right. Now, if you see these accidental insider attacks, which we're going to have it, because we already know that the attacks were happening from the phishing attempts, right? Phishing attempts. The first, you see that most of the people are unaware of that, and we are very careless to use this reused and weak passwords, because you already know that, because we are using a lot of social media stuff like in the Facebook or in Twitter or WhatsApp. We are giving out valuable information, and we are putting valuable information on the internet, like in the form of surname, name, your father's name, your date of birth, your vehicle number. Every information is available. Unfortunately, you are going to use the passwords with the combination of these personal information, right? It's a simple brute force attack. It's a simple HTTP attack, or it's a simple HTTP attack where they can snoop the data, right? And we are we are not using we are not reusing we are using the same reused data. It's a combination of, suppose for example, I'll change from first name to second name, or the last name followed by date of birth, or followed by surname, or followed by your father name, or followed by your daughter name. Like this, we are going to reuse the data, and the total information is already available in the internet stuff, right? So this is a big concern that everyone should take care of this. This attack, this percentage of attacks which we are going to have it. It's 56% of the weak and reused passwords. And you see, most of that unblocked devices, we are very casual, right? Because it's not. That's why insider attacks are more effective than the outside attacks. 44% of unlocked devices, we are very casual. We will not lock the devices. Right, when we go into the offices, we are unaware of that locking. We are very casual. We'll lock the devices. Being a computer science professionals, we should follow some procedures, policies to follow, so that we can give a lot of awareness to the non-computer science people. And you see, 44% of the attacks were happening for bad password sharing practice. Now, if my friend is there, because I'm going to trust my friend, he is my dearest friend, I'm going to share my password. You can use my mailman. And we are already keeping our confidential information in those mails. And we are going to maintain the confidential information in our Google Drive. And once you give the password, when you are having a practice of giving the password to that, definitely once they can misuse you, and they can start using your passwords and sharing practice. And the third one, the other one is unsecured Wi-Fi network. Now, may I ask a question to all the people? How many people you have changed your Wi-Fi mobile passwords? Once you buy the mobile, right, you'll have this hotspot password, isn't it? Which is designed by the manufacturer. How many people have changed? Hello? Are you hearing me, all of you? Hello?
Yes, sir. changed many times.
Yes, sir.
How many people? How many people? Whether all the 100% you've changed your Wi-Fi passwords?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting one or few
That's
people
what
out of 173 people. How many people have changed the Wi-Fi passwords in your laptop or in your mobiles? And
Yes, sir.
frequently you're changing.
I've given multiple times, sir.
Yes, sir, we have used it.
Yeah. How many people have not changed your Wi-Fi passwords, which is designed by the manufacturer?
I'm not changed.
I changed, sir.
Yeah, see, usually it is not, we are not practicing to change the Wi-Fi network password. We start using for a period of 1 year or 6 months. We are not habituated to change the password for every 1 month or every 6 months. That's a good practice to change the Wi-Fi password so that it will be well protected. Because when we start using, now our mobile is now, it's working like a gateway. Right, it's a very important gateway. When you go to the mobile, if you are having a smart home, your smart home, whatever we are, everything, your mobile will work like a gateway to your smart TV or smart refrigerator or smart bulb. Now, if your Wi-Fi is unsecured, definitely it will be created a lot of attacks on IoT devices. Right, that's a big cybersecurity threat which is going to happen. Now, if you see the right hand side, too many users with less access with excessive access to privileges we have, an increasing number of devices with access of sensitive data is 36%. Technology is becoming more complex, right? That's a 35%. We are increasing amount of sensitive data. Yes, every information we are storing online, right? That's it. And a lack of employee training and awareness program which is happening, lack of awareness. The awareness is a very important. Cybersecurity is only successful not only to use, but a lot of awareness need to be done. If you take banking sector, very frequently you will get the messages through email or through the SMS that don't send. We are not asking any type of password or OTP. Do not give your username and password to anyone. Bank will never ask us about this. That's an awareness program. It is conducting to all the people that we are not going to ask any type of message from the stakeholders. So that's this type of awareness program need to be conducted very frequently, not only by the banking, but all the people, even like computer science professional. You should conduct a lot of awareness programs on this cyber security for even see the cyber security experts need to give some lot of awareness program to even computer science people who are aware of this cyber security. Correct. Now, if you see why this attacks were happening, if you see this one in every 131 mails, it is containing malware, which is a very important point you need to see. All right, so every 131 mails, there will be a malware which is happening. That's a very 90% of the attacks were happening because of the phishing mails. Because 91% of the attacks, because it's a very huge in number. Right, all these things. Even today, I received a mail from one of my colleagues. We received a fake email from our beloved director that he is requesting a help, to our teaching teaching community. Now, immediately that we identified a fake mail and immediately we responded. See, once we click it, automatically the total information will be sent to him. So we should be very careful because we are very humans are very curious. Oh, I have received this mail. Let us click the mail so that what is going to happen is once it is entered into the network, and it's very difficult to recover the system or to recover the this attack. As you are seeing, one in every 131 mails contains a malware. So therefore, everyone should be very careful, right, in clicking the mails which contains dangerous virus and worms as well as the malwares, right? Now, if you see in these statistics which I have taken in 2019, 230,000 new samples, new malware samples were produced every day, and is predicted to keep growing, right? And you know that 78% of the people claim to know the risk that comes with clicking unknown mails, but they will click this these links because they're very curiosity. Okay, I've received this mail because today I've created a mail. I got a message. Okay, I got a message. They will be very curious to click that mail. Though they know that even see it is a slam message, it contains, it will harm you, still we have a tendency to click those mails. So therefore, even though we know that it is an unknown link, but still we started using that. So this is we are creating a hole, a security hole or security breach to the outsider to enter into your network. Okay. And you already know, you are aware about this attack, ransomware attack. Anyone?
Yes, sir.
What is this attack is all about?
Uh, Attacker asked for some ransom from the person.
Okay.
The
Attacker
attacker
will ask the
encrypts the
ransom
file
or
and the attacker encrypts the file and he asks for the ransom in order to send the
yes.
decryption key.
Very good, very good. Now it's like a kidnap attack.
No, sir.
Manually will do the kidnap.
No, sir. No.
It's not a kidnap.
No.
If I kidnap a person, then I'll ask the amount and then I'll release this.
Yes, I would say yes, sir.
Some
It's a
kind of
kidnap kind of thing.
It's like a kidnap, isn't it? Now, see, usually
Yeah,
now
yeah.
whatever the thief will have, it will kidnap a person and then we'll ask some amount and then we'll release the person, isn't it? Ransomware is something like that because we are going to have some intellectual or sensitive data in our system, and the attacker will send some malware to your system so that once you click it, that clicking information will be encrypted and the total access control will go to the attacker, and then he will ask the ransom, he will ask some amount. Once you give the amount, then he will give the encryption. Means the total control will be there with the attacker. Now this was started in 2013 and it started affecting very effectively these attacks in 2016, 2017, 2018 and 2019. Still this attack was increasing day by day. If you see this 92% increase in new downloaded variants, the malware of the ransom attack which has happened. And you see even 80% increase in new malware in Mac. Right, Apple is known for high security, but still 80% of malware is happening on the MacBooks also. Right. As already I told you, the people who are unaware of this ransomware, it's a malware that that infects the computer and restrict the access to the files, and often threatening permanent data destruction until the ransom is paid. Right, this is one of the important attack which is we are hearing from last 3 to 4 years. It's one of the important attack, and I request you people, because you are going to see, right, like you already know that coronavirus. See, for the coronavirus, being a computer science guy, we cannot do anything with the coronavirus, but when we have a data sets, we can start analyzing how it is happening. Now, being a computer science professional, now we need to know about it is a multidisciplinary. We need to have some database concepts. We need to have some operating system concepts in hand. We need to have some how the networking features are to be. Then we can analyze the attacks. Once the attack is going to happen, it's our responsibility to analyze the attacks, right? Then how this attack is getting encrypted, how it is injecting into our registry, how it is encrypting our access control, and how whatever mechanism they're applying, whatever security mechanism they're applying, how it is controlling our whole system, so that we'll be aware of and we'll give a lot of awareness to the people if we are getting such type of malwares through phishing mails, right? If you see the other attack which we are going to have, it's the mobile threats. After Windows, the next very important one is the mobile threats, which we are hearing a lot of the attacks were happening in around the mobiles. From last 3 to 4 days, even I'm hearing, I got a message that one mail I have received from that. Please donate to so and so people, and you start hearing in Telangana and in Tamil Nadu as well as in some other people, they use the cyber crimes because suppose, for example, you already know there some crisis period. If I want to have some groceries right through online, I'll pay the amount, and after paying the amount, the mobile is switched off, right? So this type of information we are hearing in and around. through mobile. So mobile malware continues to search threats in mobile space, and it will grow year by year. And they're targeting on the mobile threats, because see, keep in mind that the attacker is more intelligent than developer. Right now, he will see all this information into the consideration, because that's why we should be very careful. The attacker is more intelligent than the designer, than the developer, than the stakeholder. So you should be very careful. Once we are when we are clicking the phishing mails, or when we are saying some important information, when you are going to give the important information, you should think right 10 times before you give your information, right? The next, which is actually my today and tomorrow work, is all about how the cyber security can be provided with the latest technology. People were talking about right, how the cyber security can be, whether there is a possible solution to provide cyber security. Yes, the industries were looking about the latest technology to prevent this, or to provide cyber security and to defend the attacks, to detect the attacks. They're using one type of possible technology is a blockchain technology, and they're providing this blockchain technology not as a business, not only as a business perspective, as not only the financial perspective, but also to provide the cyber security. Right, my talk is all about how to provide cyber security with respect to blockchain technology, along with the IoT, which we're going to have it, because we are hearing this word IoT, Internet of Things, and we are going to see how this IoT, the success of IoT is purely depends upon the security, and we are going to see in third in the third one, IoT, Internet of Things, and the Internet of and its attacks were happening. How to provide, how to defend these attacks, how we are going to provide the solutions for this IoT. May I know what is this IoT is all about? Hello. Hello. This one. Yeah. Connecting devices through Internet of Things, Internet related to relatives, where many devices are connected. Yeah, yeah, right. Now, it's a very simple. It's a very simple.
Things are connected through internet.
Yeah.
Things are connected through internet.
Okay. Okay. Good. Now it's very easy to say with the definition, but it's a very complex system or complex technology, the Internet of Things. But if I want to provide a powerful security, now first of all we should know how this Internet of Things, the architecture of Internet of Things to be learned, and then, because it's not a single technology, it is a technology integrator. Once we know the IoT, we can learn almost 10 to 15 different technologies parallel. Right. Let us see how first we'll in this session, first we'll see what is this IoT. I'll give a brief introduction about IoT, and then attacks and how to defend these attacks, and then I'll give some tools to you so that you can practice certain attacks with respect to this. Right. Right. Yeah. Okay, now let us start with the Internet of Things, and then will go. Now, first of all, we should know the internet in today's world. As you are seeing on the screen now, the internet is changing everything, because we started using internet very effectively, right? And from last 3 to 4 years, that mobile internet, whatever we are using, and we are using very effectively. Right now, how it has been changed, because how it has been changed the human life and human style and the flexibility we are using. Now you can see the best example of the online training. The online training is happening because of this internet or the network, whatever we are communicating. We are sitting in our own place and we are hearing all from anywhere in and around the world, right? Now what just this slide, what is going to happen in happen in internet in a minute, in just 60 seconds, how it is going to happen. That if you see this one, a lot of things were happening in just 60 seconds, isn't it? In just 60 seconds, a lot of things were happening. 72 hours of video material will be there. Friend request is happening, search request is happening, tweets are happening, messages are happening, conversations are happening, app downloads were happening, and so many things were happening in just a minute, right? Because of this internet, these things are happening, and it is possible, right, which we are going to have. Now, when you see this one, and we are already from 1950s to 2020, whatever we are going to have it. If you see this diagram, yeah, if you see this, if you see this diagram, that desktop internet is already, I mean, mobile internet is already dominated the desktop internet in 2014 itself. Now, people were not using a desktop internet, and even if I don't know how many people are using this, how many people are connected this GoTo meeting through mobiles. May I know how many people are connected GoTo meeting through mobile?
Myself, sir.
Myself, sir.
Yes.
Myself.
Myself,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
Myself, sir.
See, that's why we start hearing almost 75% of the people were using this mobiles for performing their activity, isn't it? So therefore, when you start see that mobile internet is growing much flexible, and than the desktop internet, in 2014 itself, the mobile internet dominated the desktop internet, and very soon we are going to see very, very, very important now. That's why the era of Internet of Things was already started with this mobile internet. People were starting using the sensor networks, and the sensor networks are connected to your mobile, and then we are connecting with the different types of devices, right? Okay. Now, as I already told you, it is already dominated. If you see that the mobile internet is already dominated the desktop internet, whatever we are going to use it. So therefore, wireless traffic is already increased 54%. This has been taken in 2019. And maybe from last 6 months, definitely it can be increased to maybe 5 to 6% the global traffic which we are going to have. Now, because of this internet, now people were up to now, who are using internet? Who are using internet?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Everyone in the sense, animals are using internet.
Mobile users. Only mobile users.
Just a joking.
Desktop users, mobile users.
Every object will have it, isn't it? Every living being or non-living being will be using internet. That's the question. My question is now, who is using internet currently? Human beings are using the internet. Isn't it? Intelligent things are using internet. Yes or no? Now, we call them as IOP, Internet of People. Up to now, people were using internet for solving the day-to-day problems, right? Now, we are replacing that people with things, Internet of Things. Now, people, I don't want to involve the people for solving the problems. So now let the things will solve the problem. That's the next concept. That's why people were, the industry were looking about how can we connect? How can we connect these small objects or small intelligent things can be connected to the internet? Therefore, this concept, this is not a new concept. We call them as a network of things, NOT. We are replacing with the NOT2, Internet of Things, that we are going to see. Already maybe you attended a lot of IoT concept. Just I'll not take much time on IoT, because we are going to concentrate on how the IoT is going to provide the solutions to the people or to the society. Parallelly, there are attacks were happening on the IoT. Now we need to provide the possible solutions for this IoT, right? Now, just I'm not going to take in detail about this IoT. You can see that. Now, if you see that, where we can use this IoT, if you've seen the screen, and if you see, and you can tell me where we can use IoT. You can type the message, everyone. You can take one application which you know, so that where we can use IoT, so that it will be a little bit. Don't take otherwise, because let's have an interactive. Otherwise, it's very difficult to concentrate continuously for 2 or 3 hours. So let's have an interactive session. Home automation, energy, right? Any other? 170 people. I need to expect 170 solutions or 170 applications. Home automation. Any other? Industry. Very good.
Vehicles.
Vehicle management. Yes. All the areas. Very good. The 026 has given the FDB, CS06 has given in all the areas. Very good. Right. Medicine, transportation. Right. Online teaching. Very good. Right, surveillance, very good. Day-to-day life of all the applications. Hospitality, yes, people were giving their own applications. It's a rightly said, isn't it? People were robotics. Now we can say that here, whatever we call them as, where we can use this IoT can be used everywhere in all the sectors. So therefore, we can say that very soon, like in AI, people were talking about artificial intelligence. We can see already you're seeing BTech in AI, and very soon we are going to see BTech in IoT. Because it's an interdisciplinary course where all the people will be part of this course, and everyone should be aware of this technology. So we can apply this IoT everywhere. Okay. Now let's give a small definition to the IoT rather than going a brief definition. It's a 3-word letter. IoT is a 3-word letter. We have internet plus things plus data. Right now, if you see, the internet is a very huge complex system. It's a very complex system. It's not that much easy to define the complex system. I think you're already aware of this internet, or what do you mean by network? What do you mean by network? Computer network?
Many computers that are connected to.
Interconnection of networking devices.
Yeah, interconnection of networks. Very good. Next, it's an easy definition. Now, how can my question is now? Let being a technical people. Now, how one computer will be communicated with another computer, or how one computer will talk with another computer? How one computer will identify another computer? How one computer will be connected with another computer? It's easy.
By using some network connection.
Using protocols, yes, people are using the concept of protocols. Next up,
transmission media, protocols.
Correct. Yeah.
Transmission media, protocols.
Okay. How we can identify the device?
Wireless sensor. It must have wireless sensor. Adapter.
No, how can we identify a particular device? Suppose now, how can I identify you? that your belongs to one, they'll have how I can identify you. Yeah, IP address.
IP address. IP address.
IP address.
Now, being a technical guy, now it's not that much easy to tell about computer network is a collection of one or more autonomous systems that are connected with a wired or wireless medium. It's very easy to say the definition. Now, being a technical perspective, once if you learned it, first of all, we should identify the device, right? And we should identify the network, and we should identify the host, and we should identify the application. So therefore, first one is how to identify the device. Means for identifying a network, definitely we require IP address. To identify a system, we require the MAC address. To identify the application, we require the port address, right? To communicate, we require the concept of protocols, right? And to connect one or more autonomous systems, we require network topology. We are having different types of network topology like a star, hub, mesh topology. Now, it's not that simple. Even simple thing here, with whatever we are going to have it here, internet is a very complex system. As you already aware now, I'm not taking much about all that. The next very important, which as I already told you here, now if you see this diagram here, what is this? Any people is involved here? Any people is involved? Now all the things are right. All the things are communicating over internet. Therefore, it is called as the Internet of Things. It can be a general device. It can be a general device. It can be a small, right? Any object or small object or tiny object or a very complex object, whatever we are. All these things are connected to the internet. Therefore, it is called as the Internet of Things. Internet of Things. Now, the next very important one is the thing which we are going to have, right? Which we are going to discuss is the thing which we are going to have. Now, things are highly constrained nodes. Now, I'll take it this little bit interesting one. The things are like a baby, a small baby. They are very high constraint. The babies are high constraint nodes, which we can call them as. Why? Because the size is limited. The physical size is limited. The CPU power is limited, right? The memory is limited. Bandwidth is limited, and power consumption is a very, 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 very critical concept. So therefore, the things whichever we are going to discuss here, which is limited in size, one of the best example which we are going to see is a wireless sensor network. The wireless sensor network falls under this category. Now, you heard about this technology called BLE or Bluetooth Smart? Anyone heard about Bluetooth Smart or BLE? Bluetooth Low Energy? Bluetooth Low Energy? Or Bluetooth Smart or Bluetooth 4.0? Heard? I think you heard about Bluetooth. Yes, low power. Bluetooth is low energy. Yeah. Now, one of the latest technology which we are going to see in IoT is BLE. Rather than going for Bluetooth, they are going for Bluetooth low energy, right? So the success of IoT is purely because this BLE is available in almost all the smartphones or smart TVs or smart refrigerator. So therefore, definitely the Bluetooth is one type of an ad hoc network. Whenever you go into the range, automatically it will start sending the messages to you, right? So therefore, this is one of the interesting the Bluetooth, the BLE or Bluetooth Smart Energy or Low Energy or Zigbee Low Energy. These are the smart devices which we are going to see. Now, I'm not taking much time on IoT because we are not interested to go in detail about IoT. As I already told you, the IoT is a technology integrator, right? It's not a one technology; it's a technology integrator. If you see this diagram, whatever we have a physical devices and controllers. We call them as a wireless sensor network. This is a wireless sensor network which we can have it, various sensors, various actuators, devices, machines, intelligent devices nodes will be there. That's the first layer. The second one is the local connectivity or local network where we can connect it. It can be Zigbee topology. We can call them as or LoWPAN topology. We can have it or local network, local area network, wireless local area network, network connectivity. And as I already told you in the first slide, we do have whatever the data which we are getting from the sensors, so we can store rather than storing at the cloud level, we can store at the fog level. This is a fog level we can store at fog level or edge level, so that there will be less delay compared to the storing at the cloud level, which we can see, right? This is an important one which we can have it. And then we have a cloud data accumulation, the cloud concept which we can have it. And then we are going to perform some data mining or big data analysis, and then big data analytics and machine learning algorithms. Machine learning algorithms can be applied here as well as here. We can have it, right? So data abstraction in the form of aggregation, data accessing can be done in the abstraction. And then applications and analytics can be done at the application layer, and then finally business and collaboration can be done. So like if you already seen in computer network it's a 7-layer model. Here also rather than calling as a 7-layer model, is a 7 stack of layers. Again, every layer belongs to some sub layers will be there. Every layer belongs to the 7 layers. So therefore this is a spiral sensor network, this is a local network. In this local network, there will be internet connectivity will be here, somewhere here, right? There will be fog computing or edge computing. There is a cloud computing. There is analytics, machine learning, and deep learning mechanisms can be applied. Application layer protocols can be done, and the collaboration and the process can be happen here. So this was proposed by a group of people. Every year, they are going to provide called IWF, IoT World Forum Reference Model. Most of the legend companies, industries, academia, right, the people, they are going to conduct an annual event, and they have proposed this mechanism. So it's a combination of one or more technologies which is a part of the IoT. Now if we have seen this one is IT plus OT, right? Whatever we are getting from the application layer is a query based, and it will be sent to the event based. Once the data is available, that will be the event will be triggered, and then it will be converted into query based, and then it will be sent to the application. And here we can say that data at motion or data in motion, and the data it will be a rest time. And this is a real-time data, and this is a non-real-time data which is going to happen. Okay. If you have any doubts regarding this, please let me know before I proceed in this model. Any doubts? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. All right. Now, now the people who have not understood that concept, then this example will help you to tell this concept. The first, we have the sensors, different types of devices. We can have it. We can have the CC cameras. We can have devices. We can have, and we can connect any devices which are capable of connecting. And then we are going to have a local connectivity. We call them as a local network. We can send the data. This is a local connectivity. There are so many technologies where the local connectivity can be done. It can be done through Wi-Fi, or it can be done with Zigbee, or it can be done with LoWPAN, right? And it can be connected with some other technologies like WiMAX. We can have so many local network can be connected to the network connectivity, and then we can process the data. A lot of research work is happening on how to minimize the data, how to get the fine-grained data can be done. We can perform the edge computing. The interested faculty member, you can do the research work on this cloud computing or fog computing concept. Where we can analyze the data, and then we can store the data at the cloud level. We can store the cloud level. We can have it before landing into the cloud. That's another one, and then we can analyze it, process it, and we can get some analysis part can be done here. Data analysis can be done, and then applications can be used, accessible by the applications which we can use it, and finally we can act and collaborate. Now my question is where we require security. This is all about IoT architecture. When we start implementing that, now where we required security here. Security is required at which level?
Application.
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 Network layer.
Network layer, good. working at the application layer, data storage level, data accumulation level, security is
Data
required.
storage
Very good.
level.
Yes,
I
application.
think in every layer.
Yes, very good. Absolutely very good, sir. It's
Sir,
required at each
transport
and
layer,
every
at the
layer.
transport layer also, sir.
Each and every layer. Yes.
Transport layer
Required
also,
at,
sir, I think.
yeah, it's required each and every layer. At this wireless sensor network, this is a wireless sensor network, but the security is required at this layer, and the security is required at this layer. The security is required at this layer. The security is required at this layer, this layer, this layer. So therefore, here the very important one is that the success of IoT is purely depends upon its security, and the security need to be incorporated at each level. They need to have a proper well-defined interface between each and every layer. So it's a challenge for each and everyone to have a security need to be provided at each and every layer. So to conclude it, the security, the IoT successful is purely depends upon its security issue, right? Now, if you see this diagram, this is the overall architecture, the overall example of IoT. This is the sensor network, right? These are the sensor network level. We can have a ZigBee network. We can have it with the ZigBee PAN coordinator. We have a six low PAN personal area network. We call them as a broader router. We can have it. ZigBee coordinator will be there, which will act as a gateway. And then we have a Bluetooth low energy, and we have a SLAM. We can have the coordinator, and then we can connect it with the coordinator. With we call them as a fog computing, or it can be done local database. We can store, and then we will have an internet access. We can through Wi-Fi we can connect, or through LTE we can connect, or through USB we can connect, or through some internet some modules can be connected to this one. To the cloud we can have it, and the security need to be provided at this level also. Security need to be provided at this level also. Security is provided at this level also, and security is to be provided at this level also, and security need to be provided at this layer also. So therefore, it's a technology integrator, and it's a very complex system. A lot of research work need to be done on IoT, right? If I want to, people were using IoT for small things, even a small kid, right? A fifth class student or 7th class student is preparing one IoT device, is preparing an IoT project, right? But he is unaware of the security models, right? And he is unaware of the interoperability concept. He is unaware of that how to provide heterogeneity from the various devices. So therefore, a lot of research work need to be provided. Yes, isolated IoT. It's not an IoT. It's an isolated device of things. We can call them as Internet of Things in the sense when we are connecting the millions of devices to the internet. How to handle that? How to provide security? That's the biggest challenge that we need to concentrate with respect to the IoT. Okay. Yeah, right. Now, in this architecture, if you are having any doubt, please let me know before I go to the challenges of IoT. Any doubts regarding those things? Because it gives the overview of IoT before we go for the challenges of IoT. Or any other doubts?
No, sir.
Yeah, shall I? Now see here, as if you have seen this diagram, the next one, it's a very important. The key requirement for any IoT platform, because whatever the data is a true real data, whatever the data is a true real time data which you are going to get it, and then which is scalable. Now, when we talk about IoT is heterogeneous. Not only with the heterogeneity and homogeneity, it should be of large scale. It should scale a huge number of devices need to be. How this need to be handled? What is the technology behind to handle large number of devices? Anyone? What is the important in IoT, in internet? What is the important one?
Sensors.
Okay, we do have sensors. Okay, good. Next, any other important one?
We need
How
to
handle
have good
scalability?
bandwidth.
Cloud, sir.
Now, how to handle use the millions of devices? How to handle?
Using cloud.
How connectivity is going to happen?
We need to
Through
provide
cloud.
maximum bandwidth.
Pardon?
Cloud.
No. Cloud is a storage.
We need to provide maximum bandwidth.
Now, how to connect the devices? That's the question now. Now, if I want to connect a device, now what is required?
Using Arduino.
Network, wireless network.
See, in IoT, I is the internet. What is the important component in I? Internet.
Internet.
Every device needs internet. Yeah.
Every device should have.
Answer.
Every device should have internet, isn't it?
IP address.
Now, what about IP address that IoT is going to use? IPv4 or IPv6?
Basic.
IPv6.
IPv6, because the underlying very important for IoT. The success of IoT is purely it is happening because of the IPv6 we're talking about. Now, because if I want to scale large number of devices, only the only important one is IPv6. Now, how to handle IPv6 addresses? That's the biggest challenge, right? Now, you see here. Now, you already know that IPv4 is what is the bit size? It's a
32 bit size.
IPv6 address
128 bit size.
128 bits. Now let us take a small example now before, because let us discuss in detail about this attack. Whatever that here. Now, if your small device, your sensor device is a 16 bit. If you take any sensors, any sensor, like maybe it's a temperature sensor, it can be humidity sensor, it can be medical sensor, or it can be a Bluetooth. Usually, it can be your MAC address is 48 bit, isn't it? So
Yes.
MAC address or physical address is a 48 bit,
48
right?
bits.
But whereas the devices is only 16 bit short address, we call it. Now, how we are going to handle 128 bit address? How the sensor devices is going to handle the 128 bit address? Anyone?
We have a procedure of tunneling technique. It is which is converted IPv4 to IPv6 automatically.
Now, how it will be
Which
converted
is
into
far known
IPv4
as,
to IPv6?
which is very good known as in Facebook or Google servers, which is very widely used in IPv6.
No, my question is, we have a sensor. Suppose, for example, you have an Arduino kit, isn't it? Arduino have
Okay,
some physical address, and sensors. If you are connecting to different sensors, the sensors should have some different sensors should respond actively. Now, you should have some short address.
Yes, sir.
Every sensor should have a short address. Now, if you are connecting to your Wi-Fi, where Wi-Fi knows only IPv6 address, but sensor doesn't know about this IPv6 address. It knows only short address, 16-bit address. Now, how to handle that?
In IPv6, addresses are expressed as a series of 4-character hexadecimal numbers. So these which represent 16 bits.
Okay.
And network address translations.
Now, you heard about 6-LoWPAN network? Anyone?
No.
Heard about? Yeah, 6-LoWPAN, IPv6 low power personal area network. Now, usually this is a layer. It's like I will a small example to you. When we have a kid of one month old, or 1 month old, or 2 months old, or 6 months old, right? Now, if I want a lay person or unknown person want to talk with a baby of 1 year old or maybe 6 months old to give some expressions, whether the baby will respond, whether baby will respond.
No.
No.
No. Who required? Mother is required.
Yes.
Right? Mother will act as an interface between the person, like a high-end person, to the baby. Here, a mother will act as a 6-LoWPAN network, IPv6 low power personal area network, which is the intermediate layer, which converts all the IPv6 addresses into smaller, shorter addresses, which is required by the sensors. That's an important and interesting technologies which we're going to use in 6-LoWPAN network, right? That's a very important one, which we're going to have it in order to handle the addresses, short addresses from the to convert that. We use segmentation and fragmentation mechanisms can be applied at 6-LoWPAN, which is the adaptation layer in IoT. Which is the adaptation layer in IoT. In detail, you can go and go through it about that. In order to handle the scalability, 6-LoWPAN will play a very, very, very important role. And then we have, because it knows that, because when we are talking about IoT, we are talking about smartness. smarted in all the areas. Because of this, the smarted will come into the picture is because of the intelligence, because of the dynamic in nature, and the IoT, whatever we are talking, it is a distributed. It's no more centralized. Once the things are connected to the internet, now internet is a distributed system. Even what IoT is a distributed system. So therefore, definitely it's one of the important aspects that people are talking about. They are going for now. Even your cloud is centralized or distributed?
Distributed.
How?
It is centralized, sir.
It is
Centralized.
centralized, but inside
Yes.
it is.
Maybe
It is
inside it
stored
is
at one
distributed.
place, but inside it is
Yeah. Yeah.
distributed. It is
Yeah.
distributed using VMware, isn't it? But it
Yes,
is a
sir.
centralized system, right? Cloud is a centralized system. It is not distributed, but they are working on how to make it as a distributed cloud that we are going to use it. But it is currently it is a distributed, but inside of a centralized system, they have distributed in the data centers as a data centers. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Now, if you see the setup point which we are going to have it, the success of IoT is purely depends upon its security and the privacy. Security and the privacy, which is a very, very, very important one which we are going to have. Okay. Now, you see, if you see this challenge here, the lot of sensors will generate a vast amount of data. Therefore, expected 1.8 zettabytes by 2020. And then definitely 90% is currently processing here locally, and it will be uploaded. And what is happening here, that's a very, very important one, is what is happening here is that data theft and identity theft is going to happen a lot. Right? Identity theft is going to happen a lot. Right? This is a very, very, very important. Device manipulation is going to happen very, very frequently. Right? And data falsifications is going to happen. IP theft is going to happen. Right? Which is going to see, and the server and the network manipulations is going to happen, especially with the large volume of sensor data which is going to come from the various sensors and from the various devices. So these are some of the various challenges. Definitely, the cyber security need to be there with respect to these challenges need to be concentrated. Now, see, this is a very important one which we are going to we are going to get it here. The first one is the trust. As I already told you, right? We are growing in such a beautiful world called trust. Everything is based upon the trust, right? Even IoT is require a lot of trust because people should trust. Yes. Any doubt? Right, we have a trust. That's a very, very, very important one. Everything now be purely based upon the trust. Even the IoT should be trust. People confidence need to be increased if they want to use this IoT. And the second one, the success of IoT is purely depends upon the identity. The identity is a very important. Privacy is a very, very, very important. Protection of devices, safety of the devices, and the security of the devices. So therefore, we can say that we can say that the success of IoT is purely depends upon all these trust, identity, privacy, protection, safety, and the security. Right. So these are the 6 parameters that need to be there for IoT devices. We can. Now, the question comes to you. Definitely, we know that it's very easy to we can study the IoT and the mechanisms of IoT, but the other side, there are a lot of attacks were happening on the IoT. From last 3 to 4 years, there are a lot of attacks were happened. Now we'll try to see some of the attacks of IoT. Maybe afternoon session and tomorrow session, we are going to see some hands-on with IoT attacks, how the IoT attacks can be happened, and how we can provide the solutions to the IoT attacks. Now, if you see, compared to the other type of attacks, like it may be mobile threats, or it can be it can be some desktop threats, or it can some ransomware threats. IoT threats are more devastating, more type of things. If you see this diagram, if you see this diagram, in 2016 to 2017, and it has increased a lot. 600% increase of attacks against the IoT devices, because IoT devices known for huge number, and definitely even the attacks were increasing in huge number. If you see at the right side of the figure, right, it is happening. If you see, most of the attacks were happened from the China, and the next was the United States, and then you can see only the 5% on India. People will start using IoT now, and we need to see how this how we need to provide all these things, right? 5%, and these are the various attacks. We call them as the Internet of Threats. Not only Internet of Things, but also a lot of threats is going to happen. It is our responsibility to defend, to have the mechanisms of these threats. Now, anyone heard about the Shodan?
No.
Anyone heard about the Shodan? Please note of the Shodan, and it is a search engine. It's a powerful search engine. It's a powerful search engine, right? You see this is the Shodan, which is going to have it here, and this the total information when you search the information about a webcam, which is connected to the internet, all this information along with the IP address and MAC address will be available here. Exploring the internet, the total information will be available with this Shodan, right? So this that's why it's a search engine. It is an attacker search engine which we are going to have, right? Which we are going to have it, the Shodan which we are going to have. And when you've seen here, the total information will be, even IP address will be available. Its IP address will be available. All the information system, all the information about that information will be there in the Shodan. That's why it's called as a search engine, attacker search engine, which we're going to call them as. Now, if you see this one, right, if you see this diagram, the total information along in Shodan, we can get the total username as well as the passwords. This is a username, and these are the passwords, and these are the privileges which we are going to get in the Shodan. Right? In the Shodan, which we're going to have the privileges as well as the username as well as the passwords, which is we can easily analyze the username and password. Once we know the username and password, we can connect it and we can masquerade it, and we can connect it the denial of service. Okay. Now, if you've seen this one, actually on IoT devices, which have happened in last 4 months, so 150,000 attacks IP addresses on different types of models, around 361 models observed in last 4 months on different devices. On different devices, this was the attacks were happened on the different types of devices which had happened. I think you heard about this one called Hughes bulbs, Philips Hughes. Anyone heard about Philips Hughes? Philips Hughes. Anyone heard about Philips Hughes bulbs? It's a smart bulb. No, right? I think you should know while seeing the World Cup, or you're going to see a lot of advertisement on Philips Hughes bulbs. Now, what is that? Philips Hughes are under a big threat. They have attacked almost all some millions of smart bulbs, and they are because of the vulnerability. Though they have provided security, but they are compromised because they use the same type of key for all these smart devices, right? So that's another one which has happened very recently on the Philips Hughes bulbs, which you can have it. And the another attack is the Mirai botnet attack. As I already told you, I think let me ask a question. You have seen this iRobo picture. iRobo picture, English movie. It's not a Wi-Fi bulb. It is a yes, it's a Wi-Fi based one, but they've used it. How many people have seen the English movie called iRobo? iRobo. It's a robo picture, not Telugu movie. Yes, few people have seen, I think. Now, actually, I think you're seeing all the robots will follow the master robo, isn't it? All the that attack is called as a botnet attack. Whatever the instructions will come from the master, all the bots, means all the robots will follow the same instructions. And the picture is all about the hero will go and he will destroy the master robot, and immediately all will follow the normal road. So that's the attack which is going to happen, especially a lot of these things. Mirai botnet attack is one type of a botnet attack, and it is almost a shutdown internet of entire country. Right, Mirai botnet attack. A lot of research work is happening on. It is started in 2000. It has happened in internet, and this Mirai botnet attack is more devastating in Internet of Things. That's why it is the other name for Mirai botnet attack is called as a DDoS, distributed denial of service attack. It is a distributed denial of service attack which has happened on one of the industry on Krebs on security, and they destroyed almost all the records, which is one of the on security is a security company, and on this company the attack was happened. Mirai botnet attack was happened, right? Now this is this is a Mirai botnet attack. The instructions is coming from the master, and all the bots. Actually, it is happening through HTTP or HTTPS. Or you heard about this one? Anyone heard about internet relay cast? Internet relay cast. IRC. Now, the attack were happening because of the HTTP one time, or it can be happened with the IRC that we'll see tomorrow how the IRC will be worked. And this is the analysis how it is going to come. See all these things. It is coming from the admin. It is coming from the root. It is coming from the admin, and all these things. And even it is coming from the root. This is a Mirai malware botnet attack which is happening now. Now, if you see this the slides, one of the major problem, even I asked the same question, is how many people have changed your Wi-Fi passwords? Because very few out of 100 people, 70% of the people will not change their Wi-Fi passwords, and they'll not change their even hotspot passwords, because that's a major problem. Whatever it has been created at the manufacturer level, that will be set as a default username and passwords, and we are not changing. If you have seen these statistics, almost 11 billion passwords were stolen in 2018 and 2019 itself. Right, 11 million passwords were stolen, and the authentication of IoT is getting failed. That we are going to see how to provide this authentication of IoT with respect to the technology like blockchain technology. That maybe in the afternoon session we are going to see such type of mechanisms of that. Okay. All right, we are going to have a simple limited length password, because it is a 8-bit password. Maybe 8 length will be 8-bit password, which we're going to have it. Now, a simple brute force mechanism can be happened on the password length. Therefore, the passwords are insecure for the IoT devices. So, we need to have proper authentication and proper authorization for the IoT devices, which we need to have. Now, before any doubts before we go to the landmark technological advances? These are the introduction part. Any doubts before I proceed?
Proceed, sir.
Yeah. Now, if you see these landmark technological advances, now it's a quick thing. We have started the era. Why we required, because what is a major drawback in computer science is, especially it's very difficult for computer science faculty. Maybe the people you have learned data mining, you have learned image processing, right? You have learned DBMS, or you learned operating system maybe 10 years back or 15 years back. Now, what is that? It is required for a computer science guy. You need to get updated. Your college people will tell, your college management will tell, you need to get updated. You should take new courses. See, every 3 years, if you need to get updated, otherwise you will get outdated. That's a major drawback, unfortunately, for computer science faculty, and which is very challenging. But for the other branches, like mechanical, civil, there will be evergreen, and it's very rare. Maybe after 20 years or 15 years, they need to get updated. But for us, we need to get updated very quickly to get off this one. Now, that's why this technological advances need to be there. though the existing features need to be there and we need to add new features. That's the concept of that. So though it started in 1940s with the digital computer, and can I see, yes, people were talking about isolated computer, people were talking about the network. Now we call them as the internet. Can I see what is the next one after this internet? Anyone? Let's we have this one. After internet, people were using what type of technology? In the 1990s or in 2000, people were using. Yes, CSE is realizing all the branches, sir. It's absolutely. It is corrected, but it's a big challenge for the faculty members to get continuous updations, isn't it? That's a big challenge. Right now, after the internet, what is the next? What is the next one? What is the next one? Mobile computing. Now, still mobile computing. Yes, we need to have it. A lot of things need to be there. Right, people were using email after internet. Once the internet, when I started my BTech career, usually now everything we are sending through mails, isn't it? Now we are using Google Meet, or we are using Zoom, or we are using GoToMeeting for sending the messages, or we use Moodle or MOOCs for sending mails. In those days, if I send a mail through some documentation, whether my faculty will accept, he will throw me like anything, right? Isn't it? So therefore, after that, internet, once the internet is evolved, people were using Usenet, people were using email, people were using messaging, and that era was there from last maybe 5 to 6 years. People were, now we are using email very effectively. Then after that, which we are going to use it here, people were using web very effectively for information processing, e-commerce, and enterprises, and many more. Web information has been there. And after that, any other advancements, sir, after web? Machine-to-machine communication. Yeah, after web. Maybe web in 2002, 2003, 2004, or 2008. Is there web? Is there any other? After web? Okay, right now mobile computing, right? One of the faculty colleague, he already mentioned about the cloud, and then we are using this mobile computing, mobile apps, maps, and snaps. We are using in this era. Maybe in 2010, people were using mobiles very effectively, and this is the era which we are going to have it. And after that, people were using very effectively the social media, right? Social engineering, we can call them as social media and social networking. Very effectively, they started using this social media networks. And after that, people were using. Now we are in this era, right? People were we need to have big data analytics. We need to study about machine learning. We need to study about the Internet of Things, and a lot of stuff need to be there. And can you tell what is the last one? Anyone? What is the last one? Yeah, we are having, we require analytics. We need to have some machine learning algorithms. We need to have some Internet of Things.
Artificial intelligence.
It's a part of machine learning.
Machine learning.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, artificial intelligence is the part of machine learning, madam. Internet of Things is a technology integrator. All these things will be covered in Internet of Things.
Face recognition.
Face recognition is a part of this one. Next technology. Next technology. Robotics. IoT.
Augmented reality.
Yeah, one more. Now, if you see this one, which is a very, very important one, is now people were talking about this Internet of value. Data is the value now. If you have a data, you'll have a value, isn't it? Data is the value. Internet is the money, right? We are talking about smart contracts. We are talking about Bitcoin. We are talking about blockchain. We are talking about cryptocurrency. Now, the future is all about these two, right? The future is all about how to value the data, how to preserve the value, preserve the data, how to provide the security for the data, money, isn't it? Smart contracts. Everything is based upon the smart contracts, blockchain. We are not interested with Bitcoin because of being an academic, we are not interested with Bitcoin, but the underlying technology of Bitcoin is a blockchain technology that we are going to see in the afternoon session. So these are some of the landmark technological advances which we are going to have it, and which we are going to see. Now, my concept is the success of these two is purely depends upon the cyber security. Now, when we talk about blockchain technology has its built-in security. Built-in security inside it is inherited security is enabled so that we can apply the cyber security mechanisms in blockchain technology. Yeah. Now, if you see this diagram carefully here, we have 16 to 70 mainframe, and then we have a mini from 80 to 90s, right? And we have 70 to 90 Microsoft. These are various companies which is going to have it. And we are in the current now network and distributed computing from 90s to today we are using. And after that, now which we are going to use it here, the IoT, cloud, big data, and which we are going to use it here, and the success of this thing, which we can call them as what? Cyber security. Anything which we are going to talk. If you are talking about IoT, we should talk with respect to cyber security. Cloud with respect to cyber security. Analytics with respect to cyber security. Machine learning with respect to machine learning security. Everything, the security is an individual component and very important component that need to be resolved or that need to be keep in mind while developing any security mechanism. Yes. So therefore, the success of any these technologies, cyber security should be our top priority. It should be our top priority, which we are going to have. Okay. All right, we'll end up this session. If you have any doubts, so that we'll try to clear this session, and then we'll start immediately the cyber security concepts in the afternoon session along with hands-on. Yeah, please carry on. Yeah, very good question. What is the difference between IoT and cyber physical system? Now, see here in the cyber physical system here, if you take it, everything is a part of cyber physical system. If you take machine-to-machine communication, now machine-to-machine communication is a part of IoT, right? Machine-to-machine communication, because if you see that architecture level, whatever we are having, machine-to-machine communication means sensor-to-sensor communication or mobile-to-mobile communication, right? That can be there. And any device that physical device that are connected to the system, that comes under the cyber physical system, which we can connect any device. Means all the mechanical part or construction part, anything it comes under infrastructure wise, that comes under the physical system, and it's a part of IoT, right? Both are used interchangeably. We can have it. Any other doubts? What is the difference between computer network and distributed network? Very right. It's a very old question. Yeah, you see, your computer network is a distributed system, right? Your computer network. When we talk about internet is a distributed network, isn't it? Your computer network is one type of a distributed system, which is distributed over a span of a network. So therefore, we can call them as a computer network is one type of a distributed system. And as you already know that a distributed, suppose for example, in the afternoon we'll try to see what is this distributed. Suppose I want to distribute the information to all the members, right? Suppose for example, now I'll share one file to you, right? And you can access my file. You can access my file that will be stored in my Google Drive that comes under right centralized system. Now everyone will maintain a copy in their own system. Means it is distributed now. Everyone will maintain a copy that comes under distributed. So it's a part of a computer network. We can use interchangeably distributed system. With respect to data storage, we can use it. Yeah, right. See here, you should come across about this forensics and cyber security. That different terms we can have it. Suppose attacks were happened. Now attacks were happened, and now we need to apply. We need to mention how the attack intrusion was happened, and from that how can we find from where the attack was happened, and from some with some measures and metrics we can identify the intruder. So when we have some collection of theft were happened, and we'll identify it and we'll start analyzing. That's that we can have it in detail. We can have it about the cybersecurity and SL 486 in the afternoon session. Yeah, research challenges in blockchain I'll discuss in the afternoon, because once I give the solutions to the blockchain, and then I'll tell about the research. There are a lot of research challenges are there in the blockchain. We'll try to discuss about that. Research challenges related to cybersecurity along with the cloud. Yes, a lot of challenges were there. We'll try to see cybersecurity challenges can be applied for cloud as well as edge as well as IoT. See, yeah, even though most it's without your involvement, the attacks were not happen. It is not going to happen. The first, and because it's our duty to maintain certain security policies. Without your involvement, your attack of your device cannot be happen, right? Just you are connected to the internet. If you are not connected, any phishing mails, the attack will never happen. See, once you're compromising certain policies, if you are violating certain policies, then your system will be under attack, right? So it is a responsibility. It is not only for the developer or not only for the admin, or it is a responsibility. Each and everyone should study those policies, should maintain those policies and preserve it. Otherwise, always it is going to happen, because all the security, whatever they are designed, they are based upon certain assumptions, certain policies, certain requirements, right? So we should follow those requirements. Then only we can preserve the security. Otherwise, it's very, very, very difficult. Okay. Right, sir. We'll try to join in the afternoon session. Sure, we can. We definitely. Time at around 1:50. So we'll join at 1:15 sharp. 1:15 to 1:30 we'll join sharp. We'll start at 1:30. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello.
This conference will now be recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
Right, and then the cybersecurity. First, we'll need to have whether the what is the need of cybersecurity, right? Right. Now, as you already know that from the morning session, you have seen it may be any technology, whatever we are going to have. That technology is compulsory. It's a required security need to be incorporated for any type of technology. It starts from cloud computing or data analytics, or it may be IoT, or it may be cloud computing, it may be 5G, whatever. So therefore, the security is an increasingly prevalent problem in computer science. Why? Because we have increasing connectivity. People were using everything through online. Increasing connectivity, large number of valuable assets online. That's another advantage, because we are going to keep everything through online. So everything, whatever we are going to have, everything is sensitive information we are keeping on online. Low threshold to access. We need to have low threshold. And what is a major drawback? When you are connecting to the sophisticated attack tools that are available. Now, if I surf in the Google how to hack a system. Now we are going to get so many queries, relevant queries which are related to the attacks, how it can be happen. So sophisticated attack tools and strategies available that is available through internet, so that we can easily attack the system. Okay. Now that's an important one. This one, security, cybersecurity is a very critical to the success of any modern organization, and it should be the risks should be managed by to all the acceptable levels. Now, if you have seen these statistics, because not only the government of India but also the developed countries, they are putting a lot of money for cybersecurity. They are giving a lot of emphasis for cybersecurity. If you have seen 1.2 billion in 2009, they have spent for the cybersecurity, and it has been increased 125 billion in 2020. So even the government sectors, they're putting a lot of emphasis along with the private sectors for the cybersecurity, which is very much essential for the success of any business model. Now the question comes to you: what do you mean by security? Right? You please type the this thing. What is it? What do you mean by security? Because you people all studied in your undergraduate level or postgraduate level the security. What do you mean by this security? Safe and risk, preventing from unauthorized access, authentication, yes. Protection of data from any resources.
Protection of data from third party.
Third party, yes, trusted third party. Third party in the sense? Unauthorized access from the unauthorized access. Right. Yeah. Now, see, definitely it's right. All the answers are right, suitable. It means that protection of attacks, protection of assets from against the attacks. Because whatever we're going to have valuable resources that we're going to have it, the protection of assets from types of attacks. Our duty to protect the attacks. That's a major. Now we are going to have different types of the threats which we are going to have in the internet community. The first one is interception. The first one is interception, which we are going to have it. The interception is there. If you see from source node to any destination node, the data can be intercepted. Right? The data can be intercepted and it can be masqueraded by the unauthorized user. That's the first thing. The second one is interruption. Now, this attack is based upon the availability where the authorized user cannot get the access and it will be encrypted to the data. And the final one is the modification, which is one of the active attacks, where the data can be modified. Whatever the data sent by the source, by the sender, it can be modified in the middle, and the modified data will be received by the receiver, where the authorized person cannot view the original data. So therefore, these are some of the threats where the cyber security need to be resolved, and not only cyber security with respect to the networks, cyber security with respect to the internet or information or data or computer. These things need to be resolved. Okay. Now, as you already know that in your undergraduate you have studied some of the security services. Any cyber security need to provide these security services. I'm going to give the overview of this cybersecurity services, which is very much essential that every security mechanism need to be provided. It's not audible. Some voice is there. Yeah. Now it's okay. Okay, right. Now we are going to have. See, these are some of the security services that need to be provided by any security mechanism or any technology need to be considered. Right. One is the access control. Access control to be provided to the authorized users or authenticated users. That's the first service. The second one is whatever the data while you are transmitting online, it should be confidential and it should be remain private. to the users or to the authenticated users. The confidentiality need to be provided. And the third category of service is authentication. Authentication to be provided between the sender and receiver. Only authenticated users can access the information. The authentication is one of the important parameters need to be considered. And see, even though we provide confidentiality and authentication, but the data while in transmit can be modified. Though it is the encrypted data or it may be normal data, doesn't matter for the attacker. He can modify the data that need to be provided in the form of integrity. So integrity is one of the essential service that need to be provided. So to whether the data has been received without any modification or not, how can I come to know that? So integrity need to be ensured. See, the second one, confidentiality, access, authentication and integrity are the primary security services that need to be provided by any security mechanism. And whereas the access control is the policy, and non-reputation is also a policy, where once they accept the network, they cannot refute later to accept the message or to accept any security message or to perform any type of operation. So both the sender and receiver should not refute any type of the information once they have been connected or coordinated. So non-reputation is one of the security policy that need to be resolved. Okay, so this access control, access is to be provided only to the authorized users of a particular network or a particular system that need to be there, right? And the confidential, it should be the information in the network should remain private. I think I'm going a little bit fast here because these are all already you are aware of that. Okay, the next one is the authentication. That's a very important parameter that need to be there, need to ensure how can I come to know that the sender is the authenticated person so that I can receive the information from that person. So ensure that the user of the network are who they say they are. So that need to be ensured. And the integrity is one of the important mechanism that need to be there. Ensure the message that it cannot be modified while in transmit. If it is modified, the receiver node should ensure that the data has been changed and it cannot be accepted. So therefore, integrity is one of the important parameters that need to be there. Okay, and the final one is the non-reputation. Both the or any participant or any user should not refute later once he joined the network, right? So these are the 5 security services that need to be provided by any security mechanisms. Right, just quickly we'll try to see some of the mechanisms. Just I will give an overview of these mechanisms, because if you are implementing any security mechanism, we need to know what are the security mechanisms are there. It is you already studied in your undergraduate or graduate level, postgraduate level about the security mechanism. Just I'm going to give the overview of these security mechanisms. Now, our main motto to detect, to prevent, and to recover from the attacks, whatever we have discussed. It can be a computer attack, or it can be internet attack, it can be TCP attack, or it can be DNS attack, whatever may be attack is going to happen. Suppose, for example, the mechanisms like okay, so the encryption mechanism we are already seen from last 40 years. There's so many encryption algorithms are there, but they are mathematically proved one, right? See, now we need to have a diversion from theoretical computer science to a practical computer science. So whatever the security mechanism they have been proposed, that should be practically implemented. Then only we can say this. Everything now theoretically they have proved from last 40 years. Now the next generation challenge for the next generation people is how those theoretically proved mechanisms they can be implemented. That's a big challenge. So we are having so many mechanisms. Encryption mechanisms are there, right? Already so few are there in practice. Digital signatures, we are having so many powerful digital signatures mechanisms are there, which is widely adopted in most of the applications and the current mechanisms. And we are having so many authentication protocols are there. Now we'll try to see some of the mechanisms in providing like how we can provide these mechanisms in cloud computing, how we can provide these mechanisms in IoT, how we can provide these mechanisms in fog computing. All these things that we can easily see. Now our main motto is the security mechanisms are mainly used to implement one or more security services. Now it's very difficult to provide all the security services. If you try to provide all the services, definitely it will be more secure, but non-availability of resources to the authenticated users is a major concern, right? But if we try to provide one or more better services for a mechanism, it will be good. It will be treated as a good and perfect security mechanism. Now, how can we achieve this security mechanism in the sense? The security mechanism can be achieved using the cryptographic techniques or cryptographic mechanisms. I think that you already come across about these cryptographic mechanisms. We are not going to put a lot of emphasis on that because it is already available. These cryptographic mechanisms are available. Just so interested students, interested faculty members, you can go through it if you want to apply. Because see, the main motto of this FDP is I don't want to become a security guy. If I want to apply some big data mechanism, now if I want to apply some privacy or security, just I'm going to apply the mechanism whatever it is available to my application. Yes, right. We are interested here how to provide the security. We are not here to provide a new security mechanism. See, new security mechanism can be provided by the cryptographers, right? So as the technology is there, now our main motto is how to provide the security for that technology. That's the biggest challenge, right? Which we need to have it, because we need to, for that technology, whether these existing cryptographic mechanisms are suitable or not, that is the biggest challenge. If it is not suitable, then you need to think about how we can provide a new cryptographic mechanism for the technology which is suitable. Okay, we'll try to see. Suppose, for example, if you see, if you are going to provide security for IP protocol, IPsec is there, IP security is there, which is already proved one. Whether that IP security can be provided for IoT? Anyone? Any answer from your side? We are having IPsec, isn't it? We are having IPsec. Whether IP security can be provided for IoT? Same IPsec can be provided at IoT? I request the participants, you can respond. No. Yes. The people are saying yes. No. Why it is no? Can you give the people who are giving the no answer? Why? What is the problem? What is the problem if it is no? Any answer? Because the people who have answered it is not suitable for wireless communication, is related to IP. Now see here, whatever the mechanisms we have provided, they are not energy constrained. IP protocols usually we are using for desktop computers where the battery power is not a constraint. IoT devices, so they are battery constrained. Right, wireless communications are have limited physical security. If I want to apply the same mechanism where overhead will be very high, so it is not suitable. We require a lightweighted cryptographic mechanisms to handle for IoT devices or low power devices. We need to be there. Okay. So it's the biggest challenge. It's the biggest challenge for the cryptographers to provide security for IoT devices. Now, these are some of the security services we have, and these are some of the security mechanisms we have. If we have a security like authentication, we are going to use these mechanisms. We have encryption mechanisms, a digital signature, and authentication exchange. We have access control is a policy. Confidentiality, yes, with the help of the encryption, we can provide it. Data integrity, yes, encryption, digital signature, and data integrity will be ensured. And then finally, non-reputation through digital signature and data integrity, we can provide the non-reputation. So the relationship between the security service and the security mechanisms, you have seen that, right? Right. Now, what is the need of for IoT security? In the morning session, we have seen for IoT. Now, one of the important or one of the successful story for IoT is the 6 parameters which I told you, like trust, privacy, security, protection, right? These are the very important one. You just see that breaches of privacy. It's easy. Now, can you say what is the difference between security and privacy? Or both are same? Can you differentiate secrecy and privacy? Anyone? Or both are same?
Both are similar, sir.
Both are similar.
Yep.
Hello? Sir, both are not similar. Security and privacy both are different.
How? Justify?
Security is basically, in security, we are, preventing the unauthorized access. Whereas in privacy, privacy is basically the control over your personal data, like up to how much extent you want to share the personal data with the third party. So sometimes, whenever you are sharing the data to third party, even with that authenticated access, third party may breach your privacy. So it may be through the authorized access also, privacy attack. Whereas in confidentiality, it is not the so.
Right. I'll give an example. Okay, rightly said, madam. Thank you. Now, see here, for example, we have an Aadhaar card, isn't it? Now, we have an Aadhaar card. Now, actually, Aadhaar card is stored in the database. In UAID database, it has been stored. Now, if you want to access online Aadhaar card, what you will do is you will request through the web page that I want the digital Aadhaar card. Then you will get a OTP to your mobile, and you should enter the OTP. Then you can access the digital Aadhaar card, isn't it? There, up to this, the security is ensured. You're the authenticated person, therefore you got the OTP. For the your authorized person, then only you got the OTP. Then you can access it, and you got the data, digital ID. Now, same thing is now you are given that Aadhaar card. You are given in bank. For example, you have given that Aadhaar card in Hyderabad. In some bank, in your home branch, you have given the Aadhaar card. Later, you went to the Delhi. And you want to access you want to withdraw the amount. Then they have access to your Aadhaar card. Then whether privacy is ensured or privacy is revealed there.
Privacy is revealed there.
Privacy is revealed because the security is there is no problem with security because it is already stored in the database. Your privacy is lost now. Is it because you have submitted somewhere and it has been sent all over India in all the SBI branches, and any person can access your personal information without your permission? So privacy is lost there, right? So it is the privacy is relevant to user information, where the information should be requested from the concerned, not from the UID server. From the concerned person, the privacy need to be ensured. So this is a major problem in all the, if you take in your social media, or if you have taken, if you want to do some analytics or whatever, the privacy is the biggest problem. Leakage of information is the biggest problem that need to be resolved. So that's the first problem. Breaches of privacy is there. If you have seen Facebook has faced a crisis relevant to the privacy itself, right? And the cyber crime is one of the biggest threat in IoT. Physical safety in the home, because the IoT devices are very tiny in nature. It can be easily theftable. The identity can be easily theft. So safety, physical safety at home, across the city and within the business, threats to the national infrastructure, and then definitely it will create a cyber war. It's the biggest threat when you're connecting your devices all over the world. So these are that's why it is very the IoT with the people confidence. Still, it is a bigger problem. Okay. Now that's our main motto is how we can provide the cyber security with we are going to link it with the internet. That's a big part. Our main motto is to keep the bad guys out. How to identify who is the good guy and who is the bad guy. Suppose now we are connecting some billions of devices. Now, how can I come to know that which is a bad device and which is a compromised device and which is a genuine device? See, if you have 100 devices, it is easy to monitor. If you have 1,000 devices, it is easy to monitor. If it is 1 lakh devices also, it is easy to monitor. But if you are having millions of devices, who is going to monitor that? That's a big, and which node is compromised and which node is acting as a compromised node or attacker and which node is a good node? How to identify? That's the biggest. Protecting the internal network is a big challenge. Okay, and recovering from the attack is a big challenge. So therefore, our cyber security need to concentrate on these 3 important parameters. Okay. Now you see the identity management. Now in the morning I asked a simple question: if I want to identify a system, what type of address I require? If I want to identify a particular person, suppose for example, I'm going to see all of the FDP CS 135, FDP CS 097, FDP 025. What is that IP address?
IP
Now,
address.
yes, we required identification problem can be solved using the addressing system, isn't it? Addressing system. Usually in computer network, we do have 3 types of addressing system. Now, we have to identify the network, we have IP address. To identify the system, we have MAC address. To identify the application, we have what? Port address, isn't it? So these are all predefined and it is very easy to identify. Now, when it comes to the IoT, who is going to give the address to this? Different manufacturers they are going to design and different vendors they are going to have it. Different product it is going to have it. Who is going to have a unique address? Who is going to assign the unique address? That's the biggest challenge in IoT. Identity management is the biggest problem in IoT. So that's why, see, the idea, if you're seeing here, if you've seen that the machines are rely on identity to interact with each other, right? The identity can be in the form of IP address, or it can be a physical address, or it can be a port address. Now, everything it is based upon it is based upon this here on the identity system. So therefore, we can easily identify. Once if I know the IP address of the source node and destination node, I can communicate very effectively. That's a advantage with the identity system. The attacker will identify its weakness, will identify the weakness of this identity management, and he will steal these identities. That's the biggest one. Now, when the opposite side, when we are going to have it, if you see the opposite side, right? Now, what is this identity management with respect to the humans? Are you observing, all of you? Right? Now, identity management with the help of the machines, we have identity. Now, when it comes to the humans, what do we require?
Trust.
What is required?
Trust.
Now, see, for example, how easy. Now, why you joined this FDP program, NID? Because you have a trust that definitely this FDP program will be of high quality and good resource persons will be there, and the quality of material will be provided effectively. That means you have a first trust. Later, that trust to be built and the trust to be ensured for whole 5 days, isn't it? Because without just with the help of brand name, you joined it. That brand name is what? Trust. Usually we have a trust, humans will trust each other. Because of the trust, people are misusing it, isn't it? That's why most of the cyber security attacks were happening because of the trust. If you see, that's why we are going to see in this afternoon session how the trust, because attacks were happening because of the trust. Okay, trust is lagging because I trust you is spoiled. For example, you see, just say you have a trust that I'm going to start at 11th 1:30 sharp, but because of the trust you're already there at 11th 1:30, but I'm 5 minutes late or 8 minutes late. The trust has been misused, isn't it? The trust has been misused because you trusted me, I bluffed you. That is there in all the cyber security problems out there. So therefore, okay. Now, if you see here, Now in the morning session, we have seen this architecture. You please go through the architecture here. We have a sensors, we have a wireless networks, we have a gateway, we have a cloud, we have the application, right? And now whatever we going to have, this is standard IoT architecture. I'm not concentrating this IoT architecture we have. Next, you go to the next slide, which is a very important one. See, now take the control of the device. The sensors, the attacker can take the control of the total sensor network. And you see, insert unauthorized device, right? Any device, because it is a wireless network or a wide network, an unauthorized device can access this one, can access, or the attacks can happen on the cloud or the router, right? Or the attacker can take the control of the application, right? Or you can see that broadcast the fake content to all the network. So therefore, the attacks is going to happen, and this is one of the major threat now in cybersecurity, because people are trusting the IoT devices. Everything people are talking about smartness, and definitely it's the biggest threat which we are going to have it, right? If you see that the threats can be happen on theft, the threats can be happen on privacy, the threats can be happen on safety, the threats can be happen on the productivity. Therefore, we require IoT security for all these things need to be protected, prevented, right? Safety measures need to be there, right? And the privacy measures need to be ensured for the IoT security. So these are the 4 elements of the IoT security. The first one is the how to protect the data while in process, right? Because when the sensor data is, we are sending to the through network, and we are storing at the cloud level or edge level, right? And we are analyzing the data and sending to the application level. At the protect the data while in process. Process level is one of the important. At the execution level, we need to be ensured. The second one is protect the access to the data. How to provide authentication for millions of devices? That's the biggest challenge. Millions of devices is there. Who's going to monitor and who's going to provide this authentication? The third category is, right, how to protect the data while in transmit, while you're sending the data from one place to another place. How we are going to protect the data while in transmit? The fourth element is how to protect the data at the cloud level or the edge level, and how to analyze the data. So therefore, to protect the data in process, protect the access to the data, protect the data in transmit, and protect the data at rest. So these are the 4 important elements or properties for IoT security. Okay. Now my question is to you: does cybersecurity already exist? Answers from your side and answers from the audience. Does? Yes. How? 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 Whether you are examined? Where? Today you used any cybersecurity? Yesterday you used any cybersecurity? No, these are all mechanisms, whatever you are giving, encryption algorithm, firewalls, end-to-end. Whether you have used any cybersecurity now, today you used any cybersecurity? No. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Username and password.
Username and password.
Password.
Yes. Yes, it's absolutely right. Or you have used, if you go to the ATM, you are going to use the PIN number, or if you are used online banking, you are using your credentials of that, isn't it? If you use Facebook, you are going to use your credentials. See, day in and day out, you are going to use all these cyber security mechanisms, which you already does. Already cyber security already exists. Yes, you are already seeing. Right now, we are going to see how what is the problem with the existing cyber security issues. Okay. Now, if you see this online transactions, whatever we are going to perform, just I've taken an example of this one, traditional online transaction. Now, for example, there are two persons are there who are performing some online transaction, right? Whatever we are going to have it. Now, a person, user A is sending 10,000 rupees to the user B, right? Now, what is that? He's performing some transaction from, he's sending the 10,000 rupees from A to B. Now, what is happening? Who is monitoring all these things is an important one. Now, we require a trusted third party, right? We now currently, this is a cybersecurity trusted third party who is going to monitor user A and user B, right? And what is his role? His role is what? Is the trusted third party role is to validate the entries, to safeguard the entries, to preserve the historic records. That's the role of the trusted third party, right? Right. Now, what are the problems with trusted third party is very expensive. Now, we need to maintain the right trusted third party concept, and we need to pay a lot of amount to that it's very expensive and it is very slow, and because we are trusting him and later he can bluff us. The trusted third party can bluff us. So there is a chance of what? Subject to fraud. Subject to fraud. When we started, when two persons are trusting this fellow, right? Absolutely, because the word called we are using trust, it's very expensive. We are paying him, and it is very slow because you need to validate it, and there is a chances of fraud because once we trust it, there is a chances of getting fraud. Okay. Now, when you see this anonymous payments, what is happening? Okay, currently, whatever it is happening, right now. We are going to the bank to withdraw the amount, and the bank is we are getting the amount from the bank. And secondly, similarly, other person will go to the bank, right? And then we are withdrawing the amount. Once the person he will go to the shop to buy the burger or pizza, right? He will give the amount and he will give the burger or pizza. Okay, and then the shopkeeper is going to deposit the amount back to the bank. Now, what type of system we are using now? Anyone tell me? Now, this anonymous payment, what type of system it is happening? Can you tell this anonymous system uses what type of concept? It is a centralized, distributed, decentralized.
Decentralized.
It is decentralized. Everything is around whom? Which entity? Everything is money is going and money is coming. Everything is based upon
Centralized.
It's a
centralized
system. Yes or no? It is the centralized system, right? Now that's why the fraud is happening. A lot of things are happening because of the centralized system. Okay. Now, because in centralized system will allow the bank will allow the money transfer between the two accounts, right? Currency was printed and maintained by the government or by the RBI. That's important. And we are going to use through online. We are going to use network certificates. Okay, network authority and network certificates. We're going to use it. That's a thing. In all the cases, we are going to use a trusted third party that need to be trusted. Now, whatever it is happening here, this is a concept here which we are going to have. It is the trusted third party to be trusted, right? Now, just we'll have a quick overview on the centralized system and how the existing cybersecurity fails in this centralized system. If you see all the figures, what you are observing there, sir? Can you give the answers there? Can you type your answers by seeing all the 5 figures? Trust, very good. Any other? Communication. Communication without trust or communication with trust? Right. Yeah, most of the people are right following up, because if you see the first thing is now
confidence.
if you see the first figure now, because the first person is purely depends upon the second person, he is having a trust on this fellow, and this fellow is having a trust on that. Therefore, everything is based upon the trust here, right? Here also, the two things, whatever we are coming is based upon the trust. Then mother is trusting the kid, and kid is trusting the mother. Now, whatever the security we are using currently now is based upon the trust, is handovering the same key. So the two persons can use the same key, right, between that and trust, because of the trust. And right, see, whatever we are using in a centralized system, it is based upon the trust management, right? Trust management, which we are going to come across. Because of the trust, a lot of cyber security attacks were happening. Okay. Now, what is the problem with the centralized system is central party maintains a large amount of information or large database of information. The first problem is it attracts the attacker. We are storing all the information at one place, right? At one place. Definitely it will attract the attackers. The second one is central party can be hacked and it affects the millions of users. That's the second problem. The third one is trusted party is a single point of failure, right? It's a single point of failure. That's a major problem which we could have. So first one is it attracts the attacker, it affects the millions of people, and a single point of failure. So these are the major problems which we are going to have in the centralized system. Okay. So therefore, now we'll try to see some of the cyber attacks that were happened, right, on the centralized system, right, which are live attacks which are happened on the centralized system. The first one is the PKI. Can you have heard or you have studied this PKI? Anyone? Public key infrastructure. What do you mean by this PKI? Public key infrastructure. What is this all about?
Trusted center.
Public key is shared by everyone.
Public key will be shared by
everyone.
It is a trusted center.
Now, this public key infrastructure is a trusted authority. Public key infrastructure is a trusted authority who will maintain the keys, okay, and who is going to issue the keys to all the members of the members, right? But we are having so many mechanisms are there on the public key infrastructure, but distribution of public key is a major concern. For that, they are using digital certificates, digital signatures. They are using digital certificate. They are using, but still they are based upon a centralized system. Centralized system. Okay. Now, the attacks were happened on a public key infrastructure trusted authority, right? Which were, you can see the certificate authority issues certificates is a single point of failure. Just now I told you centralized systems have single point of failure because we are totally relying on, suppose for example, all the banks are relying on RBI. RBI is relying on government. It's a centralized system. If RBI is shut down, the total banking system will not work. It's single point of failure. If that's the major problem which we are going to have. The second one is, if you have seen that certificate authority keys are often compromised. If you have seen in 2011, there is a big problem with the death certificate. Most of the banking sectors are collapsed because of the this certificate is compromised in 2011 and billions of rupees it has been affected, right? This attacks were happened on, right? Attacks were happened on public key infrastructure, right? The next one is we are going to, the attacks were happened on data privacy. The best example I can give to you, Facebook is a centralized system or distributed system?
Centralized.
It's a centralized system. Yes or no? We are going to have a ACL, access control list. Everything will be stored on centralized system. And if you already seen, there is a problem with the privacy. in 2018, the Facebook CEO faced a problem with the privacy issue, right? You got the information, isn't it? The Facebook CEO has had a problem with the privacy issues. He leaked the total information in US at the time of elections. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a major problem, right? They are affected on because of the centralized system, and they're maintaining all the data centers, and the total information can be leaked and privacy can be revealed. Right, the Facebook and Google have massive amount of personal information. If I know this personal information, I can easily have it. Now, who can access this information is one can do the statistics on the database. We'll have the information, personal information of all. Right, that's why privacy is affecting, and the cyber attacks are happening on these things. A lot of research work need to be done on a distributed system or decentralized system. Right. Now, can we hide the user identity? Any mechanism, sir? Can anyone knows how to hide the user identity? Can we hide the IP address? Now, can we hide my identity?
We can hide.
How? Any mechanism?
VPNs, virtual private networks.
VPN is virtual private network. That is relevant to only one area. If I want to connect with public, still if I want to hide the data, what can I do?
Encryption.
Pardon?
Encryption.
Sir, anonymization?
No. Now, suppose for example, you have an Aadhaar card, isn't it? You have an Aadhaar card. If you perform the hash of that Aadhaar card, you will get the hash value of that, isn't it? That hash value, I will send it, and it will be invisible mode. I can hide it or not. The original information, it's a one-way hash, isn't it? One-way hash will perform, will convert from original data to it's one-way encryption. We call them hash, right? The best example I can give to you. One-way hash I'll perform at the receiver side. A receiver can perform the same hash to get the original data, right? So the identity can be hidden. There are some mechanisms are there. If you take it Bluetooth low energy, if I want to send to only a group of people, I will hide the data and I will send it. I'll hide the data. I'll take a random number. I'll encrypt it. I'll perform the hash and I'll send it. So IoT privacy can be ensured using the one-way hash values. That we'll try to see in our implementation. Okay. Yes, the conventional mechanisms, they use the access control link, which is used centrally by Facebook as well as the Google, which you are seeing, and the integrity. Right, this is the biggest one which we need to be ensured. The data that has not been corrupted. How can I come to know that data has not been corrupted? Means integrity is ensured or not. The attacks were there on these things. We'll try to see. We are going to achieve with the help of the digital signatures as well as public key infrastructure. Everything is still based upon centralized system. Okay. Now, our main motto is to go from cyber attacks, to prevent cyber attacks, to go from centralized system to decentralized system. So therefore, we'll try to see how to make from centralized system to decentralized system. We'll try. Can you see this diagram now? Can you see all these three? Can you observe what is the difference in these three diagrams? Anyone? Can you observe and can you send the message?
Number of keys used.
The first one
number
is
of keys used.
The number of the first one is a weak security or not?
Number of keys increased.
Only single key. The second one is the for small group. For IoT is a distributed system or it can be centralized system? IoT. IoT is a centralized system or distributed. Big data is a distributed or centralized?
Distributed.
Data is coming from different places. Pardon?
Centralized one.
Depending on the
If
application.
you store the data on cloud, it will be centralized. But data is coming from different devices, isn't it? It is distributed. It is coming from the different devices. Yes or no?
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Now our main motto is how can we have a distributed trust? That's it. Suppose, for example, now we have 144 members. How can we have a distributed trust, not a single trust? Single trust means one-to-one. Now everyone should trust each other. It's a distributed trust because suppose now, for example, suppose for example, now I'll take it. So I'll take a small example here. Now morning session I told we'll meet at sharp 1:30. Yes, sir. I told you we'll meet at 1. That is a smart contract. We have made an agreement in the beginning of the FDP program. Everyone should be within time. But unfortunately, today I'm late. I'm late for 7 minutes. Yes or no? I violated my contract. Now what I'll do, I want to take the help of all the people. Please excuse me. Due to some personal problem, I'm late. Then everyone should accept that. Everyone should give permission. If 50% of the people will give permission, then I can take the class. Otherwise, I cannot take the class. So that we are going to call them as a distributed trust. That need to be ensured now, especially for the current different types of technology. We don't want centralized trust. We require distributed trust. The third category is something like this. See, strongest link security for a larger group. The third one is that's why we are interested with third group. How we need to provide with the third. Okay. Now you already see in this. You already know that this is a centralized system, right? This is a centralized system, and this is a distributed system. Distributed system is a peer-to-peer network. We can have it peer-to-peer. We can have it. We are interested with the distributed system. The current technologies, almost all the current technologies, they're concentrating on the distributed environment, which we are going to have it. This is a distributed system we have. Okay. Now, if you see the difference between the centralized system and distributed system, we have a central registry, we have a single point of failure, and it can be easier to hack. When it comes to the decentralized, it is a decentralized or distributed, no single point of failure, and it's very difficult to hack. It's very difficult to hack. So cybersecurity can be easily prevented from hacking of information. So it is very difficult to hack. That's a very, very important point we need to have. So our main motto, our main industries are concentrating on how to build a distributed trust or distributed network so that I can provide a better security mechanism. Okay, cybersecurity concept. Now, if you see that the trend is moving from technological advances from centralized to decentralized. If you go for decentralized, it will be more reliable and it will be fault tolerant, right? The second one, it is more secure, it will be attack tolerant. Okay. The third category, no single point of failure or no single bottleneck, it is very fast. The fourth one is no single point of control, no monopoly, and it will be cheaper. See, if I say that if we are implementing this FDP, here no monopoly, no coordinator. Everyone is the coordinator. Everyone is the responsible person. So therefore, there is no concept of monopoly, and there is no concept of administration. So it will be very cheaper. It is very cheaper, right? So therefore, no single point of control, no monopoly, and no cheaper. The one way we can do this is this one. I request all the people, please go through this one. So therefore, to build a totally decentralized system with no central authority, the blockchain is the one we can do this. Blockchain is the one way to do this. Blockchain will not have any single point of control. It will be very cheaper. No single point of power, no single bottleneck. It will be very faster, right? Everyone should be part of that, and more secure because blockchain is known for built-in security, and it is a distributed system or centralized system. Okay. Before I proceed, if you have any doubts, please let me know, sir.
It's clear, sir.
Please proceed, sir.
Any doubts?
No, sir. Please proceed.
No, sir.
No, sir, clear.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Now, see, we are shifting from centralized system to decentralized system. So that is the advantage of using that centralized system, because centralized system having a lot of limitations. All right. Now, whatever the attacks which we are facing is based upon the centralized system. Right. Everything we are based upon the trust. Now we don't want to trust now. See, instead of trusting in individual person, I can trust 50%. Now 50% is a huge number. Huge number. There the attacks will be. It's very difficult to compromise all the 50 members. Right. So we are going to see here how the blockchain is going to provide the solutions to the cyber security. Why the industry is showing a lot of attention towards to finding the possible solutions which are not there. How the blockchain is going to provide the solutions with respect to cyber security. So first we'll try to see some of the solutions with respect to the blockchain, and then I'll give overview of blockchain, and then we'll try to implement. I'll give tools. If you are interested, you can install that, and you can do hands-on in these 5 days. If you are having any doubt, please let me know, and I'll come and join, and I will help you to do some hands-on approach on this IoT, blockchain, and cyber security. Okay. Right. Now the blockchain because now we are shifting to 3 technologies now. So please listen carefully. We are studying cyber security, which is the initial component. We are studying IoT and blockchain, because my motto is IoT is a distributed system. Blockchain is also a distributed system. Right. IoT, the success of IoT is purely on security. That security will be provided by the blockchain. Right. So the cyber security solutions for the IoT can be achieved using blockchain. Okay, that is prime motto of this today today's lecture. Right. Now, as a blockchain technology, if you see Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, they have taken the security into crypto. Crypto means secret. Right, crypto means secret. As a blockchain technology, because Bitcoin makes use of blockchain technology with the security in mind. They have built-in security, because they have designed a blockchain technology where the security is a part of that. Okay, so therefore it offers a lot of promise in terms of cyber security, and it will defend or protect from any cyber security attacks which we have discussed previously. And it will improve the cyber security across all the industry. Therefore, majority of the companies, they started implementing a blockchain technology to protect their organizations. Now, if you see the relationship between the cyber security and blockchain that are deployed in all the industries, if you see this one, you'll come to know. If you have seen this one, now if I want to learn blockchain and IoT, what are the techniques, what are the mechanisms I require? If you see. I have not understood your question. What is the level of security provided in the blockchain in the sense, in the context? What is the level in the sense? What type of level? Sir, may I have elaborate the question? So what is the level? Can you speak it out so that I can get it clarity? What is the level of security provided in the level of security in the what? It's a role FDP number CS059. Can you speak it out? Can you elaborate your question? Hello. See, of course, definitely with respect to banking, see, I'll come to know about the security level of the security in the sense, because it uses a few powerful digital signatures, it uses hashing mechanism, it uses encryption mechanisms, where it will provide a high level of security. Because if you take OTP is a high level of security. The same thing here in banking sectors, it is providing high level of security. Now, there are so many technical tools are there, like Ethereum is there, Hyperledger Fabric is there, right? And then there some of the certain coins are there, which uses high level of security. Okay, I'll come to your question now. What about the level of security they are going to use? They use public key cryptography along with hashing, along with the hashing, as well as hashing to provide the integrity, encryption, and confidential. They use digital signature. Okay, now if you see here, now we are going to use, we need to be aware of, if I want to study the different technology like blockchain and IoT, you should be a little bit comfortable with the distributed computing, theoretical computer science, and formal methods, programming language, databases, as well as cryptography and security. So if I want to study blockchain technology, I need to study all these mechanisms. I need to know about all these mechanisms, right? I need to know the concepts of distributed computing, cryptography, databases. You can go for the databases, and you need to study some programming language if you want to have a coding stuff. Formal methods, you need to have some formal methods of apply the things, and some theoretical computer science principles you need to be ensured. Okay. Now, if you see this one, the blockchain technology will provide the first advantage is enhanced security feature. As I already told you, is they have kept in mind to improve the security. So the blockchain is one of the beautiful solution is that they have an enhanced security feature. The first advantage with respect to cybersecurity. The second one is it preventing the fraud and data theft. Whatever the fraud it is happening, right? If we start implementing, we require lightweighted blockchain. We don't want to overhead the blockchain technology because computationally it is very high. Preventing fraud and data theft, irrespective of the applications, it varies. So for preventing fraud and data theft, we need to have it. That's the second one. The third one is increases the resiliency of the overall network. Robustness can be improved here. Okay. The third one is improve the overall robustness of the integrity. Yes. Any doubt? Okay. And see here, now one of the important concept, now we are not facing we are not using this concept of transparency. Everything now we are expecting transparency. Government to be transparent, right? Education institutions should be transparent, students should be transparent, faculty should be transparent, people should be transparent. We are expecting this transparency among ourselves as well as everywhere we are expecting. Now blockchain, one of the unique feature of blockchain is it is going to provide the transparency, which makes much more difficult for the attacker to correct it, to attack. See, if very simple, if you are doing online now, see, it's very difficult. It is very easy to identify, right? It's very easy who is leaving and who is not leaving, who is listening, and everything we can see, right? I'm transparent to you, and you are transparent to me, isn't it? It's very difficult. If I want to change one person mentality, I need to ask all 100. If I want to leave. If I want to leave one participant, I should take the permission of 143 members, which is very difficult to convince all the faculty members. So therefore, using blockchain, we can eradicate the problems whatever we are facing in the cybersecurity. Okay. So therefore, 33% of the organizations are already using the blockchain technology for providing the solutions to cyber security. 33% already this has been improved to almost 40 to 42% of the organizations that started using blockchain technology. Major MNC companies that started implementing the blockchain technology. Okay, especially this blockchain technology they are using in the health sector as well as in agriculture sectors. These are some of the use cases. You can do some stuff, work on these use cases now, right? In identity and access management, like in Aadhaar card, right, or in any identity management, like an IoT, we can use this blockchain technology. We can perform the data management in DBMS. We can use this blockchain technology. We have improved confidentiality and data integrity. We use blockchain technology. We perform edge devices with authentication, securing edge devices with authentication. We can now provide it. We are using in messaging, right? Secure private messaging we are using. In the next generation public key infrastructure, we can use it. We have a safer domain name service, we can use it. Morning I told you, botnet attack, reduce the distributed denial of service attack. That blockchain is going to provide a possible solutions. Already the government of Australia as well as the government of US, they started how to protect the IP addresses using blockchain. They're doing a lot of research work on this. Reduced distributed denial of service attacks can be reduced using the blockchain technology. Right, we'll try to see some of the blockchain solutions with respect to cyber security attacks, which we are going to have it, right, which we are going to see. Now, if you see here in the last slide, we have seen public key infrastructure, how it has been compromised. Now, the solution is this one. The blockchain solution is this one. We can store user IDs and the public keys in block stack. I'll show maybe tomorrow in morning how can we store the user IDs, and how can we store the public keys. Suppose if anyone want my public key, right, he will request the blockchain to provide the to provide your public key, right. Now, first of all, the person should be registered to the blockchain, and he will be verified, he will be authenticated, and then only after validation only the public key of the other person will be given. So here we are going to maintain as a distributed PKI. Blockchain is known for distributed. We can use as a distributed, blockchain can be used as a distributed PKI, public key infrastructure. Okay. So one of the best example of the cyber attacks is Certicoin. Certicoin comes under this category, how they have stored the identity management along with the public key stored in the block stack. You can go through the paper called Certicoin, and you can see how the cyber attacks they have been prevented. The second one, attacks on privacy. We have seen how we can hide the identity. That even see now, blockchain can be used to keep the ACL, all the access control list. All the access control list can be stored in a blockchain, and data stored in a distributed manner with no central control. That's a possible one. And how to provide security for data integrity, how we are going to use it. Now, see, data cannot be tampered once it is committed, because blockchain, one of the important concept of blockchain is immutable. Immutable, because the tampered data cannot be stored into the database. That once the data has been stored, it is immutable and it cannot be altered. So the blockchain unique feature is immutable. So we can provide the solutions for data integrity using in the form of blocks. I'll tell you in detail about blockchain, don't worry, but I'm telling possible solutions how we can use this blockchain, this one. And Ericsson already used this data integrity. They provided a blockchain based integrity assurance service. They provided Ericsson already provided blockchain based integrity assurance service. Okay. Any doubts, sir, before I go for the applications of blockchain in cybersecurity?
No, sir, please proceed.
Sir, in a distributed technology.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Please go on. Please go on.
Sir, as you said, in distributed technology, the information is not centralized, so that the replication may be increased. A challenge, I think so.
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge. The replication of that, you need to have a lot of research work on how to provide the efficient and provide the better replication mechanisms.
Okay.
Replication is a big challenge that we need to, if you want to provide in distributed replication of data, need to be ensured.
Okay. And infrastructure may be also increased.
Of course, see, computationally infrastructure definitely didn't be, because when we are going to provide a robust security, now other things need to be considered. Computationally, it will be there, right? Need to be concentrated. Replication of data will be there, which is a big. See, nowadays, data storage is not a problem.
Right.
Only the time complexity need to be concentrated and overhead need to be concentrated.
Correct.
With respect to the storage, it's not a problem. Right? Now, we need to have a better redundancy problems. I have seen one question. Redundancy will increase, sir. Right? Redundancy will be there. Redundancy for what? See, for example, redundancy with respect to a person will not maintain duplicate of data. Only unique data will be stored to an E system. Suppose, for example, I have sent a mail. Suppose this PPT I have sent to you. You are storing that data only one time in your Google Drive. You are not storing the same data multiple times, isn't it? There is no redundancy there. Every person will maintain only one copy of that data. Redundancy will not be a problem there in blockchain, isn't it? All right. One more problem. See, if you have any question, please stop me so that I can answer there itself. One more question. What is the difference between the blockchain and cryptography? Right. Blockchain is a technology or a network or a system. A cryptography is a mechanism which is used part of the blockchain. Someone has asked the main difference between blockchain and cryptography. Cryptography means secret writing. Right, we are writing a mechanism, we are writing a cryptographic mechanism in blockchain to provide security. That is the difference. Both are different actually. Blockchain makes use of cryptography to provide security, built-in security. Okay. Blockchain is a cryptographic technology. You see, of course, it is that's why I told you enhanced security mechanism we have. Right. Any other doubts? Yes. Tell me the practice for if you want to do research. We do have actually you can have two types of tools. We have a blockchain. We have a permissionless and permissioned one. If you want to do some research, you can do on permission blockchain like Hyperledger. Hyperledger is there. Hyperledger Fabric is there. Hyperledger Indy is there. Hyperledger now very recently Accenture has created along with IBM Hyperledger Snatch is there. Snatch, where you can do a lot of research work on blockchain software. Tomorrow I'll show you how the blockchain software can be implemented for cybersecurity. Okay. Yeah, there is a 50% of attack is there. Attacks were there. A lot of research work need to be done on blockchain. There is a chance of 51% of attack is there. Long chain attacks were there that need to even it is the initial stage. A lot of research work need to be done on blockchain also. Okay. Right. Well, see, one question in security we have in cryptography we have securities because security will be provided using cryptography. The same cryptography we are going to apply in blockchain. See, in crypto now, whatever the cryptographic mechanism we are applying on centralized system, we are not applying on the distributed system. Now, here blockchain is a distributed system where we are interested with the distributed trust, not on the centralized trust. You understood the CS 116. In blockchain, we have security, right? Security can be achieved using cryptographic mechanisms, and same cryptographic mechanisms we are applying in the blockchain. Okay, right. Right. Now we are going to see some of the applications of blockchain in cybersecurity. Now these are some of the applications. I request the participants please go through these applications. You can go and surf the internet and you can go in detail how they use these mechanisms, and you can do some research work and stuff, and you can make your students do some applications, and they can extend this application how the industry is, so that the students also will get benefited to get their jobs, as well as the faculty will get a lot of exposure on blockchain with cybersecurity, blockchain with IoT, blockchain with the big data, blockchain with cloud. They can use a number of applications using a blockchain for this one. Right now, the first one is if you are seeing this one, Remy. Remy is one type of is a company. They're using they're not using the concept of passwords. In the morning session, we use the concept of passwords, isn't it? 8-character password or 8-character password. They are not using the concept of passwords. No more passwords they are using. They use a blockchain concept here. The Remy implements the blockchain, which is use a full proof of user authentication to protect the users, employees, and companies' data from the cyber attacks. That's unbreakable. The concept that we use it automatically. Everything user credentials will be stored in the blockchain. Once you entered it, it will be verified and it will be validated. And there is no concept of the passwords. You need not to enter into the passwords. So therefore, you can apply even biometric concept. You want to log in, you just click it, it will validate it, and then it will see foolproof user authentication. In detail, if you can go through the website, right, and you can see the REMI where the password concept has no more they have implemented in their projects. That's one concept which they use it. Then Obsidian platform, they use the concept of privacy and security for chat. Now you see web, you're using the concept of WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a chatting machine for providing privacy and security. Obsidian platform is a blockchain platform. They use it for privacy and security of chatting. You can see for that. It's a distributed system. It cannot be changed or controlled by a single person. Now, suppose, for example, in WhatsApp, what is the problem, sir? Can you tell any problem in WhatsApp? In WhatsApp, it's a centralized system or distributed system?
Centralized.
It's a centralized, sir?
Distributed system.
It's a distributed because once we add it as admin, it can create multiple admins. Yes or no? You got my point? We can create multiple admins or not? Only one admin will be there.
Multiple.
We can have the multiple admins. Now, if you want to change anything, we need to take the permission from all the admins. If you have only one, then it is a centralized system. If you have multiple one, then both it is though it is a distributed, but though centralized system inside it is a distributed concept. So it's very difficult to have in distributed system. We cannot change and control by a single source. So therefore, Obsidian uses the concept of a distributed network where they are not allowed to change and control by a single source. Right? How they have provided for the identities in the sense because they increase the privacy by using alternative IDs instead of providing the email address and phone address. I'll give you a small example now. Suppose, for example, here, if in a organizations, you take any engineering college. In an engineering college, we do have 5 departments or 6 departments, and the principal will be there and management will be there. Yes or no? Now, for example, what is going to happen? I want to provide a blockchain system here. Now, a principal want to talk with the different HODs. Now, in a meeting, it's open. Now, whatever you want to convey, you will convey to all the faculty, all the HODs. Now, only the principal want to communicate with the only one HOD. Now, definitely a different channel is required, isn't it? A different channel is required. Or a principal want to communicate with the 2 HODs, with only 2 HODs, not with the 4 HODs. Now, he requires different channel. Now, for example, the same principal want to communicate with the 4 HODs, but not with the 2 HODs. So definitely, if such type of environment need to be created, definitely we can easily create using blockchain to ensure the privacy. To ensure the privacy with the alternative ID, because I'm going to give multiple IDs to them, right? Using this ID, you can communicate with these 2 people. Using this ID, you can communicate with the 4 people. So we can have alternative IDs instead of having the email address as well as the phone number. Okay. And Gartner is another company which is enterprise. They are working on the enterprise blockchain system. They use the concept of keyless signature infrastructure, KSI, like PKI. They use keyless signature infrastructure. It's one of the beautiful concepts they have introduced. I request you people please go through it and try to study the internal architecture. This new cybersecurity approach will enhance the integrity, speed problem recovery, and mitigation problems can be easily resolved using the keyless signature infrastructure. Okay. So therefore, finally, to conclude, with respect to these attacks, why the industry is showing a lot of interest on blockchain with respect to the cybersecurity is because it is a disruptive technology and a model which is potential broadly applicable to database replication, right? That's the first advantage, and potentially enable new services as well as new use cases. That's a it can be applied in all the use cases. We'll see what is that. And it is a foundational technology and it is a fundamental technology which can be applied for all the concepts, right? And many more reasons which we are going to have it. Now, if you see this one, actually one of the participants asked me the query, right? Now, blockchain is ready for business. You can see this one here. Right. We have what? Confidential transactions. Now, if I want to talk with only few people, I can have a confidentiality. So blockchain is known for, we can provide the confidential transaction. That is one of the major concept we have it. We are not using any cryptocurrency. Blockchain, we are not using a Bitcoin is different, and the Bitcoin makes use of blockchain technology, but blockchain, whatever it is going to, the underlying technology, we can apply for various applications. Yes, we can apply here. So there is a no cryptocurrency concept, and it is easily programmable in the form of smart contract. In the form of smart contract, blockchain can be used. Right. So sorry. Yeah. Now we have a shared ledger, because it's the blockchain is a shared ledger. We have it because the same information will be distributed to all the members, and the blockchain is known for providing better privacy and security, and we are going to use consensus mechanisms. It's a distributed one. Consensus mechanism means all the members should agree. Agreement protocol need to be there, and we are going to write the smart contract. Smart contract is a piece of code. It's a conditional based code which will be running on each and every system. Suppose, for example, in a WhatsApp, your coordinator has sent information. You should have 90% of attendance. Well, if you want to get a certificate, or if you want the certificate, that is a piece of code which is written on your WhatsApp, and it is running in your brain every time when you leave the meeting, and you will come back immediately, because everything will be monitored. If you have left it for 1 hour, 2 hours, your attendance will be monitored automatically. Smart contract. Once again, why you are joining here? Because people are going, and people are why they are coming, because a smart contract is running on your brain, that if I'm not going to maintain 90% of attendance, I'm not going to get a certificate. That is smart contract which is running on your brain. The same concept we are going to apply in the blockchain, where every participant smart contract will be running. If anyone violating the smart contract, it will be not stored into the blockchain. So therefore, we can say that it is a broader participation, low cost, and increased efficiency. Increased efficiency which we are going to have it, right? So before I stop this, I'll take a 5 minutes break, and then I'll come back. If you have any doubts, please let me know. Any doubts?
Ledger means?
See, ledger means it is nothing but set of transactions which will be recorded.
Every individual maintains the data.
Suppose, for example, if you have a bank, if you go to the bank, 100 people, they are performing a transaction. Every transaction will be stored into their ledger, isn't it? We call them as the day one ledger and day two ledger. Day one ledger, how many transactions? Day two ledger, how many transactions? Means it is nothing but a record of transaction.
Sir, it is in decentralization or distributed?
Now we are going to use right now centralized ledger. What is the problem with centralized ledger? In centralized ledger, we are storing into the centralized system. In distributed ledger, every person will maintain one copy of that ledger. Got it?
That means decentralized in decentralized system and distributed system also. Everyone maintains the individual.
One copy of the ledger. One copy of the ledger.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right. Any other questions? Any other questions, sir?
Sir, explain the consensus.
See, consensus is distributed. I'll come to because in the next session I'll start with the consensus mechanism. Consensus mechanism and agreement protocol. Suppose, for example, I'll give a small example for you. Now, before registering to the FDP program, now you have taken one Google form, isn't it? Now you have taken Google form and you should attend all the five days of program. That means some agreement, some policies you need to be there, and you should inform to your college that I'm attending this FDP program and so on, so don't give any type of work to you, isn't it? So you are going to take some agreement, and that agreement to be followed for a whole 5 days. If you violate, then you will be thrown away from the network. Now, blockchain makes use of a consensus mechanism. All the participants should maintain that agreement whenever they are in the network.
Okay, sir. At the time of network joining, we have to agree with the.
Yes, you should agree with the consensus mechanism, which is a distributed concept, distributed computing concept, or distributed network concept. It is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Byzantine fault tolerance mechanisms are there, isn't it? Those mechanisms will be a part of this consensus mechanism. It is distributed computing.
Yes.
Shall I take 5 minutes break and I'll come back? 3:15 will start. Okay, we'll join. We'll join at 3:15. I'll take 5 minutes break. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. మ్యూట్ చేసేసి మళ్ళీ అంత వినపడుతుంది బాగుండదు కంటిన్యూ చెప్పాలంటే కష్టం అంట ఇది మ్యూట్ చేయి
అందరికి ఏరికి వెళ్తున్నా నాని
ఒక సెక్షన్ అంటే మార్నింగ్ సెక్షన్ లో మొత్తం కంప్లీట్ చేసేద్దాం.
చేసేది స్టార్ట్ అయితే చూసాం. ఓకే Okay, welcome back. Now, how many people already know this about the blockchain technology? How many people know already the blockchain technology?
just heard somewhere, sir, but not in depth of it.
Anyone is there? Anyone is there who knows the blockchain technology? Yeah, most of the people are new to the blockchain technology. Right now, just that's why before we go to the cybersecurity, how can we apply the blockchain technology? First of all, we should know the blockchain technology, how the blockchain technology can be used. It can not only used as cybersecurity, it can be used for the IoT, it can be used for cloud computing in the cloud level, or it can be used in the fog level. All right, we can use it for n number of applications. Now we'll try to see in this session. We'll try to see a blockchain introduction part. In this session, we'll try to see introduction to the blockchain and see one participant asked the question, where might blockchain uses cryptography, that we are going to see, and blockchain concepts, how to build a blockchain, smart contract and consensus mechanisms. And if possible, tomorrow morning, if the time is permissible today, I'll show you blockchain demo. Otherwise, I'll show tomorrow morning freshly how the blockchain can be implemented and tested. Okay. Now, just we'll try to see, because blockchain is going to provide the blockchain can provide the solution to the cybersecurity, to the various solutions of cybersecurity, which the current cybersecurity is facing the problem. It's going to provide this one, and we'll try to see some of the important properties of blockchain. The blockchain is also called as DLT, distributed ledger technology. Right? It's a distributed ledger, means we are going to store everything in the form of distributed ledger. Therefore, it's called as a distributed ledger technology. The other name for the blockchain technology is the distributed ledger technology, DLT. Right? And whatever we are going to use it, we are going to store as the ledger records. The ledger is going to record all the transactions, whatever it is going to perform. You see, the transaction, it varies from application to application. Suppose, for example, now if I want to create a digital online certificate, digital online academic certificate. Now, online certificate, we'll call them as a one transaction. Now, if I want to store it, I did form as a transaction, which we can call them as. So, depending upon the application, we call them as the transaction meaning will be changing. Okay. The third one is we are going to use it. It's nothing but a database. We are going to we cannot, because one of the important property of blockchain is it is immutable. We can read it, right, but we cannot write it, and we cannot update. We cannot write it, right? We can read, but we cannot write. But you can update it. You can update it. There is no concept of writing the data, right? So therefore, we are going to have key value database with the current state option. With current state option will be on top of the queue or top of the stack. The next one, which we are going to call them as, it is a decentralized peer-to-peer network of nodes. So decentralized peer-to-peer network of nodes. It's a distributed system. It's a distributed system. Therefore, everything is going to happen with the peer-to-peer mechanism, peer-to-peer. So therefore, it's a very efficient and robust mechanism which we are going to have it. And as I already told you, and a few participants asked the question, blockchain is also a cryptography. Yes, blockchain makes use of public key cryptography, but without any PKI, without any central authority. Because the blockchain itself will provide the authority, will access the authority, and it makes use of public key cryptography without a central authority. Right? It will work like a distributed PKI. Okay. And then see, any transactions added is validated by the multiple entries. Suppose, for example, now I added my PPT. My PPT will be validated by 50% of the participants. Right? These PPTs will be validated not by only one person. It will be validated by the multiple participants. So that once it is validated and once it is approved, and then only it will be stored. It will be stored in the ledger, or it will be stored in the blockchain by all the participants of the network. Okay, so therefore, a blockchain has these properties that these are every property or every technology, every characteristic is a very important, and it's a huge research area where you can do a lot of research work. So therefore, we can call the blockchain is equal to distributed trust. So that's why we can solve the problem of distributed trust or trust management using the blockchain technology. Rewriting is not possible. Rewriting is not possible, only to update it, right? Only to update a value which we are going to have it. Now, key value or the data, big data that is related, no, that is different, and this is different because here key value in the sense it's something like a dictionary concept. Similarly, dictionary concept where every value will have a key, and then it will be stored accordingly.
So, any transaction that happened requires the multiple validations, right?
Hello.
Sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, be audible, please.
Sir. Many transactions happen in blockchain. It requires multiple validations.
It will.
How it is possible, sir? It requires multiple. Hello.
Yes, be audible.
Sir, any transaction happen in blockchain.
Yes.
It requires multiple validations.
Multiple values in the sense?
Multiple validations required.
Yeah, very good question, because we will come to know that multiple transactions will be stored in the form of a block. Not a single transaction will be stored. Multiple transactions will be stored in there. Suppose A transaction, B transaction, C transaction, D transaction. Up to A to D will be stored in one block. Okay. Now you'll come to know clarity about the blockchain. You just see that one. Right now, you see that a blockchain is a distributed ledger technology. All the transactions are stored in a ledger in a decentralized manner. No one will have a exclusive ownership or control over a record of transactions or a transaction. Right? No one will have the control, or only the blockchain will have a control about this set of transactions, whatever we are going to have it. And all the transactions, whatever we are storing on a ledger. Now you see here, now a record or collection of records of transactions are captured in a block. Right now, your answer, the question for the answer for your question is this one, isn't it? We are going to store a record or a transaction or collection of transactions are captured in a format block. Now every block refers to the preceding block. Now every block, whatever we are storing, that is preceding to the previous block. Now, once the block is committed, the next block, if anything is been changed, automatically its hash value will be changed. That's the biggest. That's why there is no concept of changing the values. Okay. So therefore, the batch of transactions are recorded and it forms a chain. If you see this diagram, if you see this diagram here, see this is a block which consists of set of transaction. This is another block which is a set of transaction. This is another block which is a set of transaction. This is another block. Now this block is referring to this block, right? Its hash value will be stored here, and this block is referring to the this hash value will store here. If anything is been changed here, automatically its hash value is also getting changed. Therefore, it is called as a block chain. Block, and it is going to have a chain, a blockchain, a technology, right? Now, what is the size of the block? In the sense, the size of the block is depends upon your types of blockchain. If you go for permissionless, the size of the block is unlimited. Whereas in permission blockchain, where the administrator can define that a 10 transaction per block, or 20 transaction block, or 30 transaction block, depending on the size what you are going to store at. There is no restriction, but depending upon the sizes, we are going to divide our blockchain with permission and permissionless, with public and private, all these things, different types of blockchains that are existing in the market. Okay. Now, this is a definition, right? A blockchain is a centralized, digitalized. Now, whatever the digitalized information you want to store, everything you can store in blockchain. So, a blockchain is a decentralized, digitalized, public, and a shared ledger of information that is resistant to tampering. Right? That's a very important one. Digitalized, public, and shared ledger of information that is resistant to tampering, which we're going to have. Now, this is a very important one. I request all the people, please try to see this slide very carefully. It will give a lot of meaning for the blockchain as well as for the cyber security. It's a single linked chain of blocks, a single linked chain of blocks that are verified signed transactions. These are the two cryptographic primitives which you're going to have it. Verified and signed transactions that are replicated globally on millions of nodes. And each and every block is linked with the hash pointer. Now, there are three cryptographic primitives used in this blockchain is verified, signed, and hash pointer. Now, see, for example, if I want to create a transaction, first I will sign the signature with my private key, right? If anyone want to view my transaction, they'll be verified with my public key, and then every transaction will be hashed so that the integrity will be ensured. So integrity, confidentiality, authentication can be provided in the as a part of the blockchain, built-in blockchain. So this definition is a very important. Is a single linked chain of blocks of verified signed transactions is replicated globally on the millions of nodes. You can see this one, block 1 is linked to block 0, block 2 is linked to block 1, and block n is linked to block n minus 1. So this is called as a blockchain, okay, network or blockchain system or blockchain technology which we have. So therefore, what is that one? If you want to change, you need to change the millions of nodes to attack and as well as the change. Okay. Any doubt? Yes, sure. Not only for any type of applications where the transparency is missing. So if you want to provide it, you can provide it. Shall I proceed? Yeah. Now these are the blockchain. These are the blockchain properties which we can have it here, right? It achieves the decentralized consensus mechanism. The first means all the members in the network who join, they should follow the agreement protocol in the form of consensus mechanism. That's the first advantage. The second advantage here, we need to ensure with no single trusted party is required. No centralized authority is required. No single party trusted party is required. No single point of failure like in centralized system. Here it doesn't require any single point of failure. It is cryptographically secure because it uses the public key cryptography along with the hashing function, which is a cryptographically proved mechanism. Currently, if you take it Ethereum, they use RSA as well as elliptical cryptography. If you take Hyperledger, they're using the elliptical cryptography to provide cryptographically secure system. Hacker proof. We are going to have a hacker proof concept because in DBMS, there is a unique feature is there. What is the purpose of going for log information in DBMS? A question to all the participants. What is the need of going for log? While performing the transactions, we'll try to maintain all log. What is the need of going for log information?
It records information about all transactions.
It will give the information about.
It records all the transactions.
What is the advantage of that?
We can check who is coming in, who is going out, what
yes.
Kind of things they are doing.
Yes. To validate the transactions, we'll try to use log information. Yes or no? Isn't it? So
yes,
now
yes.
Blockchain is one of the important one is a hacker proof. It will try to maintain the audit powerful trails. Means powerful audit trails will be there. It will hacker proof means something has gone wrong. immediately we can trace out who has did the mistake and who have compromised and who has attacked the system. Everything we can easily identify in the hacker proof mechanism that is going to provide in the blockchain. Okay. Right, now the question comes to you now, because one of the participants asked that how many number of transactions we need to store. Now what is the need of a block? If you try to see, for example, here the first transaction is linked to second transaction, second one is linked to first, third one is linked to second, fourth one is linked to this one. What is the problem with this type of mechanism is, as the length of the transaction is getting increased, therefore searching time will be increased, right, and validation will be increased, and verification also will be increased. So therefore the problem is too many transactions, too long, the chain is too long. So therefore searching will be, the worst case is order of n. So too long to verify the transaction, to find the transaction. The solution is we are going to combine several transactions into blocks of verified transactions, If you see this diagram, then you will come to know that this one, this is a transaction 1, transaction 2, transaction 3, and so on, and we are going to create one block. And this one, the next transaction, and it will create a block. And the hash of this one will be linked to this one. The hash of this one will link to this one. Okay. Now this is a blockchain. You can see here carefully. This diagram will give a lot of clarity to you. A block consists of set of transactions. The hash of block 0, and this is the hash of block 0 will be linked to a hash of block 0. So this will be linked to this one. Hash of block 1. Yes, here this hash of block 1 is there. Hash of block 0 is there. Hash of block. So therefore, if anything changes here, automatically it will affect here. If any changes here, automatically it will change here. If any change is here, automatically all these three will be changes. So therefore, it is very difficult to attack the blockchain system. Okay, it's clear. It's clear.
Sorry, block stores the previous block data or after block data also.
I'm not getting you. Please be audible. Hello.
Every block stores the details of previous data only.
Every block stores the
previous data, previous block data.
No, suppose for example, at t is equal to at t0 seconds, 10 transactions have been created. For those 10 transactions, if it is validated and if it is correct, we will create a block, right? And that block will be validated by the validators. Once it has been there, it will be committed into the database, and then all the members will update the ledger, right? Okay. At t1 seconds, next 10 transactions will be created.
Okay, sir.
And next transactions will be created. Next transactions will be verified, validated by the validators, and then it will be committed into the database, and it will be linked to your previous block.
Sir, who will validate the block?
Yes. Now that it depends upon. Suppose for example here. Now I'll give a small example. Now we had 170 participants. 170 participants in the sense they can come from different engineering colleges, right? Different engineering colleges means, suppose for example, now your faculty coordinator means if FDP coordinator has requested a Google form and digital signature from the head of the institution. Now who is the head of the institution? Your principal will be the head of the institution. Yes or no? If you are suppose if you are if they are permitted to attend this FDP, they should give the digital signature and you should upload that digital signature. Now your principal will work like a validator for you. You got my point?
Yes, sir.
Now out of 170 participants, we'll try to create 50 participants as the validators. Or 50 principals will be the validator. Okay. Right. Now one more question is how we will append this hash value to the block. What about block? Block 0 hash value is a genuine block where the authentication where the identity, all the information will be stored in the form of genuineness block. First block is a genuine block where the total blockchain information will be stored. How many members are there in the block? What their identification, their authentication, their authorization, everything will be stored in the first block. Okay, right. Now, can you see this this diagram? Now, this is the block 1, and this is the header, and this is another block. This is a header, and this is another block. This is a header. Now, the transactions which we are going to have it. These are the transactions which we are creating, right? And it is processing. And once it has been processed, and we are going to create a block, and it is linked to the previous block. Okay. This is created to the previous block. This is a creation of blockchain. Okay. Right. Now, this is a log information. All the transaction log information will be stored in the form of log. Later, all the validators, they can validate it later, and they can give the assurance of this blockchain system. Okay. Now, we are going to have 4 key concepts of blockchain. These are 4 key concepts which we need to learn if you are implementing any blockchain, because as we know that a blockchain is a distributed shared ledger, which is very important. We are going to use consensus mechanism here, and definitely it requires public key cryptography with no central authority. And definitely we require, this is a DBMS concept, this is a cryptographic concept, and this is a distributed computing concept, and this is a programming concept, smart contract. A piece of code, it's the on condition code, right? Based upon this smart contract only, all the transactions will be running, and then it will be verified and validated, and then based upon that agreement and validation, all these things will be stored in the distributed ledger. So therefore, there are 4 important key components of the blockchain. Okay. Right. Now, can you see this? This is a very important one. We are not having any trust. I don't want to trust any participant. I want to trust a blockchain. Now, blockchain will work like a trust management. So there is no requirement of trusted intermediary, no trusted authority. My blockchain will work like a trusted authority, right? So therefore, cryptographic identity, we can have it. No trusted authority will be there to issue the identity. Blockchain itself will take care of this one. Okay. Then immutable and consensus mechanism, as someone asked the question, is once they have been committed, the data cannot be changed. Yeah, there is a question from one of the participants, CS067. Right, in this example, how integrity is ensured? With the help of the hash. Every transaction, we are going to have a hash of that. I'll come to you to that point. Integrity will be there. If the transaction has been changed, its integrity is also changed, and definitely it is not stored, it is not committed, and it will not stored into the database. Right. That's important. The most of the participants in the blockchain are compromised. No. See here, the 51% attack is there. Suppose, for example, 51 and 49, 100% people were there. 51% attack is there. Domination is there. That is attack. They have been resolved using consensus mechanism. A lot of research work is going on, and they have already proved that it is not possible. It's 51% people are not compromised. It's very difficult. See, suppose for example, I can't convince, you cannot convince all the suppose 170 people are there. You cannot convince 100 people, or you cannot convince 90 people. There is one person who you cannot convince. So therefore, definitely, it's very difficult to make the compromised notes. Initially, you can make compromised note 10 to 15, but not 50% of the notes. Still, they are increasing the compromised note to a higher level. A lot of research work is going on that category. Okay. Right. The next one is the smart contract. The smart contract is a piece of code, business logic layer. It is embedded in the transaction executed at the time of transaction, and this blockchain will be verifiable and signed. Usually, it is a computer code, is a piece of code that will be written based upon the conditional based. And it's like a bond transfer between the two persons. Okay. Okay. Now we'll try to stop this concept today, and tomorrow morning we'll try to start this blockchain concept tomorrow, because it's already 4 o'clock, and few members they want to leave. So tomorrow we'll try to see where might be used blockchain. I request people who want to do hands-on, you can bring the laptops with Ubuntu so that you can do hands-on there itself, right? Otherwise, you can do later case. But once we start using how we can apply the blockchain with the cybersecurity, that we will see. And from tomorrow, we'll try to say we will start where my blockchain use cryptography, and blockchain concept. We'll see how to build a blockchain, right? And we'll try to see the demo of this one, right? Before I conclude it, if you have any doubts, please let me know. Time tomorrow. Tomorrow 9:30 we'll have a session. Tomorrow sharp at 9:30 we'll start the session.
Any open tools for developing the blockchain?
Yes.
Any open tool for developing blockchain?
Yeah, open source tool is there. Hyperledger Fabric is there. It's a very good tool. Already it is open source. It's maintained by the Linux Foundation. Main contributors are Accenture, IBM, Microsoft is part of this one. Hello.
Okay, sir.
Sir, how land documents will be protected from?
Of course, land documents. See, now if what you're doing here, land document, what you'll do is you will try to create that land document in the form of PDF file, isn't it? And for that PDF file, you will create a hash, isn't it? You will create a hash value. Tomorrow I'll tell you about this cryptographic primitives, hash value, and that hash value we are going to store into the blockchain. We are going to have two types. One is online and offline. Hash value will be stored in blockchain, and the PDF file will be stored in the database, so that you can preserve very effectively. If the document is altered, its hash value is also altered. So blockchain will not accept the altered values. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions, sir?
Sir, will you give any PDF notes or PPT?
I'll forward the PPT. I'll forward the PDF of PDF file in the to the coordinator, and the coordinator will forward you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And tomorrow we'll join the session. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.